the live stream working at the moment. Right, good morning all. Welcome to this meeting. Before I start the business of the meeting, I will go to each committee member in turn. They can be heard and can hear. It is a legal requirement for me to do so. Please advise me at once if at any time during the meeting you experience any technical difficulties that prevent you hearing or being heard. I remind members of the committee that you will only be able to vote on an application before the committee if you have been present for the whole of the presentation of and discussion on the application. I will now call each councillor's name in turn. Please speak to confirm that you are able to hear me, and I will confirm in response that I can hear you. Councillor Paul Andrews.
Good morning, Chair. I can hear you and see you.
Good morning. I can also see and hear you. Councillor Polly Andrews.
Good morning. I can both hear and see you, Chairman.
Thank you. Also, I can see and hear you. Councillor Fagan.
Yes, morning, Chair. I can see and hear you. Thank you.
Good morning. Also you. Councillor Foxton.
Morning, Chair. I can see and hear you. Thank you.
Good morning. I can see and hear you. Councillor James.
Morning, Chair. I can see and hear you.
I can also see and hear you. Councillor Johnson.
Morning, Chair. I can see and hear you.
I can also see and hear you. Councillor Graham Jones.
Morning, Chair. I can see and hear you.
Good morning to you. I can see and hear you. Councillor Milmore.
Good morning, Chair. I can see and hear you.
Good morning and welcome to you. We were expecting you to be late, but good that you're on time. Councillor Milne.
Good morning, Chair. I can see and hear you too.
I can also see and hear you. Councillor Rowan.
Morning, Chair. Morning, all. Loud and clear, Chair.
Good morning. Also you. Councillor Selden.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I can see and hear you, Chairman.
Good morning. I can see and hear you. Councillor Stone.
Good morning, Chairman. I can see and hear you.
Good morning to you. I can see and hear you. Councillor Wilding.
Morning, Chair. Ears, eyes, technology, all working perfectly.
Very good, considering yesterday. And Councillor Bowen, who is currently connecting to audio and hasn't got his camera switched on yet. Councillor Bowen, can you hear me? Just give him a few seconds. You're muted, Councillor Bowen. Morning. If you can unmute yourself, Councillor Bowen, you should be able to do so now.
Can you hear me now?
We can indeed. Thank you very much. I can see and hear you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry if it took a bit of time. My apologies.
No problem. Right, I think we're all present and correct then. Can I request that the public speakers for agenda item 6, attending as virtual attendees, Mr. Hughes from Yarkhill Parish Council, Mr. Durnan, a local resident, and Mr. Fry, the applicant's agent, are admitted to the meeting, please. Right. Are they all in, Jen? Right, good morning, Mr. Hughes, Mr. Durnan and Mr. Fry. Welcome to the meeting, and I will call upon you to speak following the officer's presentation on the application in due course. I think I will check actually that Mr. Hughes, could you just confirm that you can see and hear us? If you unmute yourself, bottom left.
Yes, I can see and hear you.
I can also see and hear you. Mr. Durnan.
I can see and hear you, although I'm not sure you can hear me.
We can indeed, thank you.
Fantastic.
And Mr. Fry.
Good morning. I can see and hear you.
I can see and hear you. Thank you very much. I would like to welcome everybody to today's meeting.
Excuse me, Chairman. Did you wish Mr. Banks to introduce the officers?
Sorry, my apologies. I did miss that one. So, Mr. Banks, if you could introduce the officers that are dealing with the applications today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. My name's Andrew Banks. I'm the Development Manager for the Northern team, and I'll be assisting with the meeting today. For items 6, 7 and 8, Josh Bailey will be presenting. He's one of the Council's senior planning officers. And for item 9, Gemma Webster, she is also a senior planning officer. Also with us today, we have Anne Gerson, who is the Council's Planning and Highways solicitor, and she will be assisting and offering legal advice where necessary. And we also have Mark Lewis, who is the team leader, area engineer for the Highways team. And again, he will be assisting as and when required by the chairman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Banks. Apologies for missing you. Right, I would like to welcome everybody to today's meeting. The Council is video and audio streaming this meeting live on the internet and making an official recording. The recording forms part of the public record of the meeting and will be available on the Council's website. Please note that it is a legal requirement that every member attending virtual meetings is able to hear and, where practicable, see and be heard, and where practicable, be seen by the other members in attendance and the public watching. So I ask that you please have your audio switched on, and where you are able to do so, that you also have your video switched on. Please remember, what you say and do in this meeting has a global reach, and your words and actions should be chosen very carefully. Can I also remind members to ensure that they are wearing their headsets while listening and speaking during the meeting? This will ensure that audio quality is of the highest possible quality and background noise is significantly reduced. There are some additional points for members and officers to be aware of. As part of our meeting etiquette and in line with our normal committee practices, all microphones apart from mine will be placed on mute at the start of the meeting. I will run through the agenda in the customary way. When you wish to speak, please use the hand button against your name in the participants list, which should be to the right of your screens. I will then invite you to speak. You may then unmute your microphone. Please do not raise your physical hand, as I do not want to miss anyone who may wish to speak. Please note that the chat facility has been switched off to ensure that members' contributions can be offered through the spoken voice and for the public record. Please ensure that all mobile devices are switched off to prevent interference with the audio and video system. Electronic voting will be used at this meeting. You will be asked to use the electronic poll to vote to confirm the minutes and agree recommendations. When the poll appears on the screen, please select an option and press submit. If the poll does not appear on your screen, please access the poll icon at the foot of your screen in Zoom. If you are unable to vote, please raise your virtual hand. If for any reason an electronic poll cannot be undertaken, or if the outcome is unclear, then I will ask each committee member in turn to confirm their vote verbally. I request that other attendees to avoid interacting with the system during the vote and to only close off any polling screens once the vote has been confirmed by Democratic Services. Members are reminded that speeches are limited to 3 minutes. The public speaking arrangements. Please note that as part of a virtual meeting format, those registered to speak in accordance with the public speaking procedure, namely the Parish Council an objector and a supporter are able to participate in the following ways: by making a written statement, by submitting an audio recording, by submitting a video recording, or by speaking as a virtual attendee. I will deal with these formats in the following way. For statements received by email, that statement will be read out by Mr. Brown. For statements received by audio or video, the recording will be played live for the meeting. And for virtual attending members of the public, I will invite them to speak in turn via the audio video live during the meeting. Right, we now move on to the agenda proper. So firstly, apologies for absence. We have one apology this morning from Councillor Graham Andrews. Item 2, name substitutes. Standing in for Councillor Graham Andrews, we have Councillor Bowen. Item 3, declarations of interest. Can I ask for any declarations of interest on any of the applications in front of us this morning? I see no hands raised. We move to item 4, the minutes, to approve the minutes of the meeting held on the 4th of November 2020.
Sorry, Chair. Councillor Milne's got his hand up.
I just noticed that. Thank you, Jen. So Councillor Milne.
Yes, so on the subject of the minutes, on so far as item the Lumber Lane Lugwardine item, that's application 201757 that we considered last week, is concerned, although it was pointed out during the meeting that the words repair, reinstatement and rebuild do not apply in the case of the glass house, because as we saw, this was an entirely new structure to a different design and purpose, and therefore does not, as the officer reported and is recorded in the minutes, preserve heritage assets and their setting. This is nonetheless in the minutes, but I accept that because this is in the minutes under the condition, this is condition 7, and that as a member, rather than simply pointing out this is incorrect, I should have moved for those minutes to that condition to have been reworded so that it's correct. Tim Brown has kindly offered to just note that there is this correction, but I cannot amend the minutes in respect of this condition. I accept that as a member. It's a lesson for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Milne. Did you want to make any comment, Mr. Brown, or are you satisfied that we can go straight to the vote on approval of the minutes?
I've raised the matter with the development manager and the matter can go straight to the vote, Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask the Democratic Services whether the electronic voting system is ready, and to confirm the number of eligible voting committee members for this poll?
Excuse me, Chairman. I've got my hand up.
I apologise. Sorry, Councillor Milmore.
I did not attend the November meeting, so do I just abstain?
You do indeed, yes.
Thank you.
Right. So can I ask Jen again if
Yeah,
the
okay,
poll
Chair.
is ready?
So we have 15 members. Those that didn't attend obviously abstain. I'll launch the poll now.
Okay, thank you. And members have 30 seconds to vote for, against or abstain, and then press the submit button.
And those results are 12 in favour to approve and 3 abstentions, Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much. So those minutes are approved. Item 5 is Chairperson's announcements. I'd just like to thank those members that attended the site visits last week, which incorporated 3 of the applications on the agenda today. So I think that was a useful exercise, and that members gained insight into the applications by those visits. Right, we now move to the meat of the business. Item 6, which is application 192765, Monkbury Court, Barnes, Monkhyde, Herefordshire. Proposed erection of 7 dwellings with garages and associated development. The ward councillor for this application is Councillor Lester. He is not a member of this committee, but as ward councillor can open and close the debate, but does not get a vote on this application. The planning officer dealing with this application is Mr. Josh Bailey. And without further ado, I'll hand the floor across to Mr. Bailey to make the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning to members and interested parties. Before commencing the presentation, I direct members to the publicised schedule of updates, which responds to the question raised on the site visit in respect of the agricultural land classification of site, this being Grade 2. In addition to the MPPF, a significant material consideration, members will note that the development plan comprises the Herefordshire Core Strategy and Yarkhill NDP, the latter made on the 25th September 2018. Given this is an application involving housing, members will note that the adverse impact of allowing development that conflicts with an NDP is likely to significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits would not engage paragraph 14 of the NPPF. This is with respect to paragraph 14A, in which the NDP became part of the development plan more than 2 years before the date on which the decision is taken. The local planning authority is currently unable to demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply plus buffer, and thus paragraph 11 of the NPPF is engaged. Detailing of the relevant policies and paragraphs of this particular application are all outlaid in the officer's report. The application before members seeks planning permission for the erection of 7 dwellings, garages and associated works on land to the north of Monksbury Court, Barnes, Monkhyde. Monkhyde is identified as an RA2 settlement under the core strategy where sustainable proportionate housing growth is appropriate. The site comprises a parcel of land of grazed agricultural land measuring just under 1 hectare. The site lies 9.25 miles northeast of Hereford and 0.6 miles south as the crow flies of Newtown Crossroads. And of course, the site is denoted by the red star on screen. Next slide, please. Above, members will see the application red line in which access is proposed to be gained off the A417 serving Monksbury Court. An ordinary watercourse passes the eastern corner of the site on the other side of this access, with a disused store building southwest of site. Topography slopes from northwest to southeast, although the site remains elevated compared to Monksbury Court. The southern boundary is devoid of vegetation, save for well-established trees at the corners, and is thus largely open, with a western boundary of well-established mature native hedgerow. The northern boundary is a mixture of well-established hedgerow and trees, and the eastern boundary is predominantly tree-lined. Views of site can be achieved from multiple directions during winter months. Public right-of-way YK2 runs east of site through Monksbury Court, and the landscape character type is principal timbered farmland. The below image provides an aerial overview of Monkhyde, which officers define by 3 distinctive patterns: Monksbury Court, the old council houses to the southwest, and finally dwellings sited along the U66203, also known as the Monkhyde Village Road to the west of site. The U66203, which links with the A4103, is a no-through road, although access can be gained over a weak bridge, as members will have seen on their site visit last week. Next slide, please. The location plan now on screen provides a closer look of surrounding features, noting the watercourse, but furthermore the River Loddon, which members will see to the far right of the plan. Also noting that Monksbury Court Barns, a number of which members will have seen are currently being converted to residential use. And the next slide, please. This additional location plan shows how's the access track in the Greater Light, in which access will be gained off the A417, a private track of circa 0.4 miles. And the next slide, please. On screen now is the proposed site plan. The proposed development will establish private garden areas for each dwelling, a shared turning head in the centre of site, retaining wall to the southwest, which faces Monksbury Court, proposed landscaping to all 4 boundaries and within the site itself, a packaged treatment plant to serve the development, the introduction of a wildlife/surface water attenuation pond, and proposed wildflower meadow on entry into the site, both to the east. Next slide, please. This slide provides a proposed contextual site layout on how the site relates to Monksbury Court. The 7 dwellings are to be finished in a mixture of facing brickwork walling, render, and/or dark timber/wood effect cladding under plain clay tiled roofs and precast stone clapping. This seeks to reflect the palette materials found at Monksbury Court, but also monk-hide. Eaves for all 7 dwellings total 5.025 metres, with ridge at 7.4 metres approximately. The scheme proposes 5 3-bedroom dwellings and 2 4-bedroom dwellings. The layout seeks to consider the evolution of Monksbury Court in terms of an agrarian courtyard layout. The timber matches the cladding used on the adjacent barn conversions, including the granary, reinforcing the nature of the location and providing interest into the detailed design of the elevations. The next few slides will detail those elevations and floor plans itself. So next slide, please. On screen now are the elevations for plot 1, a 3-bedroom detached dwelling, noting the visual image provided by the applicant in the bottom right to provide an illustrative view of the proposed finishes. The dwelling will be sited in the southeast of the site, its rear elevation on the bottom left, facing Monksbury Court. Next slide, please. The top left photo shows the proposed ground floor plan and the bottom right first floor plan. Next slide, please. This slide shows the elevations for plot 2, a 4-bedroom detached dwelling located at the northeast of site adjacent to the wildlife surface water attenuation pond. Next slide, please. And again, the top left showing the proposed ground floor plan and bottom right first floor plan. Next slide, thank you. The elevations on screen now are for plots 3, 4 and 5, with principally the timber/wood effect cladding at the first floor over the facing brickwork, and these 3 plots all 3 bedroomed. Next slide, please. And again, floor plans shown on your screen for plots 3, 4 and 5, which are to be located facing the northern boundary of the site. Next slide, please. Plot 6 elevations now on screen, this being another 4-bedroom detached property of timber and rendered walling. And the next slide, please. And the floor plans for the plot 6. Next slide. And finally, the proposed elevations for plot 7, this another 3-bedroom detached dwelling. And the next slide, please. And the proposed floor plans again for plots 6 and 7, which back onto the western boundary of the site. And the next slide, please. Which you'll see are the proposed garages, which will either be of render or brick walling, depending on which plot it relates to, and they will be under a plain tiled roof and dark grey finished windows and doors. And next slide, please. On screen now are some proposed visual images shown illustratively. The orientation, layout and sufficient separation distances between each dwelling and neighbouring Monksbury Court is not considered to give rise to issues of overlooking and overshadowing. The application site lies to the north of Monksbury Court Barns, and with the lack of technical standards within the development plan, it leaves it in the view of officers with regards to acceptability. The use of residential is not considered to give rise to issues in terms of oral and visual immunity, and conditions can reduce working hours during construction. The development will add to the appeal of monk-hide in terms of providing suitable family accommodation, with a focus on delivering 3-bedroom dwellings. The Arkhill neighbourhood development plan does not specify 4+ bedroom accommodation, identifying that 2 + 3 bedrooms accommodation is sought principally. On the basis of the above and noting the functional requirements of the site, policies RA2, LD1 and SD1 are satisfied, and as well as our NDP policy Y2 in the respect that the NDP does not identify that 4-bedroom accommodation will not be supported. Next slide, please. On screen now, you will see the settlement boundary for Monk-hide, which is identified in the Maid Arkhill neighbourhood development plan. And of course, members will note that the adoption of the NDP represents a clear shift in how the principle is assessed. Members will note that the site lies wholly within the settlement boundary for Monk-hide and the policy Y2 of the NDP, and this is denoted by the red star on the screen. Next slide, please. Access is off the A417 between Lower Eggleton/Newtown and Stretton Grandison. The applicant owns the access track and has right of way. The access achieves visibility displays of 2.4 metres by 154 metres northbound and 160 metres southbound. Visibility displays have been calculated through a topographical survey and speed survey. The site's layout demonstrates sufficient parking for all 7 dwellings can be provided in line with council guidance, as well as the introduction of the shared turning head. The council's highways area engineer has no objection to this access arrangement or the impacts on the local network hereabout and has requested conditions to the recommendation. Next slide, please. This includes the upgrading of the access track to an acceptable standard, albeit it would remain private. A pre-commencement condition is proposed to secure details of this servicing. The access track is on the top left of your screen in its current condition, and the proposed visibility displays onto the A417 to the bottom right. This is an existing access used by residential dwellings in which traffic flow on the A417 is relatively modest for this Class A road. Combined with existing flows on the access track, the proposal is not considered by officers to result in a highway safety issue that would be classed as severe, as set out at paragraph 109 of the NPPF, policy MT1 of the core strategy, and policy Y7 of the Ark Hill Neighbourhood Development Plan. In terms of sustainable travel options, it is recognised these are limited to recreational travel around the rural roads in the vicinity of the development. Provision of secure cycle parking to allow occupiers wishing to access the local area via alternative modes of travel, and also offer charging points for electric vehicles is recommended as a pre-occupancy condition. Users also have ready access onto the public right-of-way network. Indeed, public right-of-way YK18 lies within Monkhide Village, which provide links to Newtown Crossroads. In the view of officers, the proposals are considered to meet the objectives of policies SS4 of the core strategy and the Ark Hill Neighbourhood Development Plan policies Y2 and Y7 to a sufficient level where applicable. Next slide, please. The photographs on the screen now are taken from the site boundaries as follows. So taking this in a clockwise direction from the top left, this is taken from the western boundary looking eastwards. To the top right, you'll then say this is taken from the northwest boundary looking southeast towards Monksbury Court. The bottom right photo is taken from the eastern boundary looking to the western boundary. And finally, in the bottom left, you'll see taken from the southern boundary where we stood for the majority of our site visit last week, looking to the north. And the next slide, please. The top and central photo is taken from the southern boundary looking south to Monksbury Court. The bottom left is taken from the northeast boundary and access on the access road looking west. And the bottom right photo taken from where public right-of-way bridleway YK3 meets public right-of-way YK2 looking north towards the site. Of course, the site itself is immediately adjacent to Monksbury Court, and you can see there for yourselves the relationship between the two aspects. The next slide, please. The top left photo is taken adjacent to the council houses looking northeast towards Monksbury Court, and bottom right looking east from this base point, noting members that seeing that this is a no-through road thereabouts. The transition of this edge of settlement site and indeed open countryside to the north raises considerations as to the impact on landscape character. Pedestrians will essentially use the local footpath network, whilst residential receptors that would be considered are quintessentially the barns that resided to the south. The 7 dwellings have their own separate private drives and individual front and back gardens, and the retention of the existing northern and western boundary hedgerows and trees is welcome, which will reduce visual impact. However, it is accepted that the roof lines of the dwellings will be above tree/hedge height. Due to the density, which of course is a change from the current site appearance, it is appreciated that this will appear within surrounding settings. However, it is important to point out that this is not a protected landscape like an area of outstanding natural beauty, and the NDP does not prescribe that this is a particularly valued landscape or has identified this as a protected view within its policies. The retaining wall to the southern boundary will be softened by proposed landscaping, in which additional shrubs and climbers would help visually and increase biodiversity. The addition of the wildlife pond and wildflower meadow to the east is also welcome, providing some enhancement to the landscape hereabouts. And conditions are recommended to submit a detailed landscape scheme and to secure its subsequent implementation, as well as a management and maintenance plan for a considerable period of time. Members will note that the council landscape officer does object on grounds that the proposed development type is not consistent with landscape character or transition to open countryside beyond, although they have advised conditions be appended to any positive resolution. Officers view that some landscape enhancement is achieved, notwithstanding the public experiences via the public rights of way surrounding site. And whilst appreciating that there will be some visual change to the area, a neutral impact in landscape character is achieved when accounting for the limited harm in terms of transition to open countryside. And namely, in the view of officers, a conserving of landscape would therefore be apparent in accordance with policy LD1 of the core strategy, policy Y11 of the Ark Hill Neighbourhood Development Plan, and would be consistent with section 15 of the NPPF. And the next slide, please. The application has been supported by a detailed ecological assessment. The council's ecologist is content with its outcomes and requested a number of conditions. The council's tree officer notes supporting documents and drawings provide sufficient information to show the trees impacted on site are only present on the field boundaries and in the main to be considered of insignificant amenity value. In any event, additional tree planting will offer enhancement to green infrastructure. Members will also be aware that the site falls within the Lug catchment of the River Wye Special Area Conservation. The application has been subject to a formal habitats regulations assessment process by the council as the competent body. The initial screening assessment identified foul water and surface water as likely significant adverse effects. The applicants indicated that foul water will discharge to a new shared package treatment plant on site, and that surface water will outfall to be managed by relevant plot-specific infiltration and soakaway features, as provided additional information to confirm that no likely significant effect through phosphates reaching the lower catchment will be evident, which complies with the Council's current position statement. Subject to this mitigation being secured through relevant condition, a conclusion of no likely significant effect has been returned by the Council's ecologists and no rejection subsequently from Natural England. As such, the proposal demonstrates compliance with policies SD4 and LD2 of the core strategy and policy Y8 of the Arkhill NDP. In light of a considerable number of applications across the north of the county which are currently held up, this is important to acknowledge. Members will note the comments of the Council's Building Conservation Officer, who views the proposed development would not adversely affect the character of the buildings at Mugsbury Court. However, the quality of materials and details will be crucial to the success of the new work. As such, the proposals are considered to result in no impact on designated and non-designated heritage assets, including that of the Herefordshire and Gloucestershire Canal, which runs south of Mugsbury Court, and is in the view of officers to accord with policies SS6 and LD4 of the core strategy, or the heritage aims and objectives of MPPF and policy Y2 of the Arkhill Neighbourhood Development Plan. In respect to foul drainage, the Council's land drainage consultant confirms a foul drainage field is acceptable. Additional technical details promoted to reduce the likelihood of sewage consultee can be secured by condition, i.e. the provision of a foul drainage strategy. In the view of officers, this is clearly in line with policy SD4 of the core strategy and policy Y8 of the Arkhill Neighbourhood Development Plan. In respect of surface water, land drainage and officers concur that any matters of flooding experienced at Mugsbury Court in the past was a consequence of fluvial flooding from a much larger catchment. Details submitted to date have provided assurance and moreover confidence in the view of officers that a surface water drainage strategy is achievable, which can be secured by pre-commencement condition. The application site itself, where the development will be located, is in flood zone 1, in line with policy Y9 of the Arkhill NDP, with a very small part of the access road off the A417 in flood zone 2. A qualitative approach has been taken in assessing the site flood risk, and reference has been made to the Environment Agency's flood risk map in planning to identify the site's flood risk category. A small length of the access road is of course located in flood zone 2, however the risk associated with this is considered acceptably low. The risk of fluvial flooding is considered low enough that litigation is not required. Groundwater flooding is considered to be low risk, and the site rises from the River Loddon floodplain, a secondary A superficial aquifer, with the first dwelling located approximately 1.5 metres above floodplain level. None of the dwellings have a basement, and proposed finished floor levels will be set at a minimum of 150 millimetres above adjacent ground level. Officers consider that sufficient information has been provided to demonstrate the development will not increase the risk of surface water runoff or downstream flood risk for the ability to construct SUDS infrastructure above the maximum flood height from the nearby watercourse. The applicant has of course provided this additional detail to clarify understanding. The expectation is that this detailed design can be dealt with by pre-commencement conditions on any consent, and accordingly officers consider the proposal to accord with policy SD3 of the core strategy and policy Y9 of the Arkhill NDP. In the view of officers, the proposal is considered to be compliant with the core strategy and the policies of the Arkhill NDP, notwithstanding that it is now over 2 years old, but moreover the MPPF, namely in reference to paragraph 11. The application delivers a sustainable residential development in Monkhide. As such, officers attach positive weight to the proposals, as their delivery will also enable development which clearly accords with the development plan. As detailed above, officers consider there is conformity with the housing and sustainable development plan policies of the development plan, which includes the Arkhill NDP, and that these policies are consistent with the guidance contained within the MPPF. And accordingly, approval is recommended, subject to conditions, as outlaid in the officer recommendation. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Very good presentation. Thank you. We have 3 speakers this morning on this application. I've already welcomed Mr. Hughes speaking on behalf of Arkhill Parish Council, Mr. Danan, a local resident speaking in objection, and Mr. Fry, who will be speaking on behalf of the applicant. So I will call upon you in turn. You each have 3 minutes to speak. So first on the list is Mr. Hughes from the Arkhill Parish Council. So 3 minutes in your own time, please, Mr. Hughes. You will need to unmute yourself, bottom left of the screen.
Hear me?
Yes, we can, thank you.
Approval of this many houses, the largest development ever in our parish, would totally undermine our fully weighted NDP. Policy Y2 clearly states The development should be small in scale, of up to 3 houses and on infill sites. I struggle to understand how the officer recommendation can suggest that if a developer comes forward with a project that is not infill and for more than 3 houses, then this must be acceptable. Such an interpretation will send shockwaves through any parish council with an NDP. Approval would conflict with the core strategy, which states that housing growth in Yark Hill should be focused on Newtown, with Monkhide designated a secondary settlement suitable only for proportionate growth. These 7 houses would be disproportionate to any growth that has been approved in Newtown, and the parish is already 25% over its housing commitment. The development falls well short of achieving sustainability. Monkhide is a small rural community with no services or facilities and a poor infrastructure, so every journey to and from the site would be made by car, some 50 to 60 vehicle movements per weekday. There is no attempt to incorporate eco-friendly features into the houses, nor even a mention of the type of heating to be used. There is no community space or play area for children, and yet these are family houses and all the surrounding land is private. As for the pond, there is no written undertaking to build it, especially given the flood risk, and the meadow is smaller than the ground floor and garage of plot 1. You should be aware that all the services supporting the development have actually been located outside the settlement boundary and therefore in open countryside. This appears contrary to Herefordshire Council's own guide to settlement boundaries. Approval would wholly undermine the continued objections of the Council's landscape officer, who emphasises the conflicts with the NDP and core strategy. She identifies the incompatibility between the development, its rural surroundings, its visual prominence, and the clash with Monkhide's existing built form. Her conclusion that it will represent the urbanisation of a rural location is telling. Approval would also undermine the Council's land drainage engineer and the valid concerns of local residents. The site is adjacent to land with the highest flood risk rating, and soil tests have yielded conflicting results. The surrounding area and residents' gardens already flood in extended periods of heavy rain, and adding 7 elevated houses with garages will only make matters worse. The technical and convoluted proposal for managing foul water is high risk, being open to abuse, failure, and reliance on a private contractor in the event of an emergency. To have so many houses of such a suburban design and layout will despoil rural Monkhide. It is, however, the incompleteness and conflicts within the application and with Yark Hill's NDP, as well as broader housing policies, that lead us to ask how it can possibly be approved. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hughes. I now invite Mr. Danan to speak as an objector. Again, 3 minutes, Mr. Danan, in your own time. Thank you.
Many points made in this application are simply inaccurate. There's no public house at Newtown. It closed 10 years ago. You can't walk the almost mile to the bus stop for the twice-a-day bus service. It's ankle deep in mud and 6 foot high in brambles. In reality, all journeys will be by private car, increasing pollution and jamming up the inadequate track, which is mostly used by horse riders and dog walkers. This is a rural environment, and the developer wants to plonk a small housing estate in the middle of a field. I do agree with the need to build houses, but if we're going to do it, let's build where there is infrastructure and facilities so that that development can flourish. Mains drainage, good roads, schools, doctors must all exist. The nearest GP taking new patients is 14 miles away. Supermarket, 6.6 miles. Pub, 4.5 miles. The local schools are all small and oversubscribed. All of this makes this an unsustainable development. The 2 percolation tests, one passed, one failed. How can this be? An attenuation pond was required, then it wasn't. Now we're saying it can all be worked out after permission is granted. We're very sceptical that something so complex and technical as drainage can be dealt with via conditions. As a full planning application, surely this should have been addressed much earlier in the process, especially given the concerns expressed by land drainage. As residents, we've had no choice but to pay for a truly independent drainage report from Hydrologic. This casts major doubt on whether we can be protected from the additional surface water, particularly under the 100-year rule. The flooding which has occurred here and we've lived through is terrifying. How quickly it happens and the power of water has to be seen to be believed, and no one should have to experience it. We've submitted photographs showing the reality of the surface water flooding here. It's only logical that 7 new large properties will add to the problem. Worryingly, some of this will be grey water, or if you prefer, liquid sewage. You'll likely be aware of the legal position which states there must not be any increased flood risk to people, property and infrastructure elsewhere. Ryland and Fletcher refers. In simple terms, this development represents too many houses of the wrong size and design and in the wrong place. It appears to be about greed and not need. The proposed sewage treatment plant involves pumps. We have power cuts here at least twice a month. What happens when it fails? When the properties here flooded in 2007, the power was off for several hours. Who will be responsible for servicing, maintenance and repair once the properties are sold and the developer leaves? It's simply not sustainable. Can we trust the developer to make good on any commitments and conditions? Our experience with the developer in relation to current Barnes development here and their failure to adhere to planning conditions gives us a genuine cause for concern. I'm going to look you all in the eyes and say, please protect us from this heightened risk of flooding, which this unnecessary and unwanted development will undoubtedly cause. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Mr. Ganand. Spot on, 3 minutes. I'd now like to invite Mr. Fry, speaking on behalf of the applicant. In your own time, please, 3 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Fry.
Morning. The proposed 7 dwellings are in Monkhyde, which is identified in the core strategy for housing growth, and the neighbourhood development plan has identified the site as being suitable for housing development through its inclusion within the settlement boundary. Boundaries of the site are already defined by existing trees and hedgerows, and Monksbury Court directly to the south. Throughout the application process, we have worked proactively with consultees. In terms of landscape, the Landscape Officer confirms in their most recent comment that the visual impact of the proposed would be limited. There is significant screening within the locality from existing hedgerows, trees and orchards. The proposed is sensitive to the area and reflects the design of the converted barns at Monksbury Court. The built form created by Monksbury Court is existing, so from the limited viewpoints towards the site, the proposed would not look out of place within its setting. The Landscape Officer recommends conditions requiring a landscape scheme and to ensure this is implemented and maintained, which is welcomed by the applicant. The Council's officers are in agreement that the proposed, with the recommended conditions, would conserve the landscape character and that the visual change to the area would be neutral. The proposed pond is unlikely to be required for surface water storage, but would be retained for landscape and ecological enhancements, which along with the proposed wildflower meadow and significant tree and hedgerow planting is welcomed by the Landscape Officer. The flood risk assessment confirms that the proposed development site is wholly within flood zone 1, and topographic data confirms that the proposed dwellings would be a minimum of 1.5 metres above floodplain level. A small area of the existing access is in flood zone 2. However, the flood risk assessment and officers confirm that the risk of flooding to the proposed is acceptably low. The site is within the River Lug catchment. The outline drainage strategy demonstrates that the 5-point test set out within the Council's River Lug position statement can be met. Drainage tests on site demonstrate that soakaways are acceptable to manage surface water drainage, and this demonstrates to officers that the proposed would not contribute to or increase the off-site flood risk. Having demonstrated that the proposed can provide suitable foul water drainage.
Sorry, Mr. Fry, you muted yourself, or
I'm not sure quite what happened there. I'll start from the beginning of my paragraph, if that's all right.
That'll be fine, thank you.
The site is within the River Lug catchment. The outline drainage strategy demonstrates that the 5-point test set out within the Council's River Lug position statement can be met. Drainage tests on the site demonstrate that soakaways are appropriate to manage surface water drainage, and this demonstrates to officers that the proposed would not contribute to or increase the off-site flood risk. Having demonstrated that the proposal can provide suitable foul water drainage arrangements and that the application site is appropriate for surface water soakaways, we're in agreement with the Council's officers that the remaining detail can be provided as pre-commencement conditions. The officers' report notes that the information provided demonstrate that at the very least, the development would match the existing pre-development greenfield state, but more likely would provide betterment over the existing site in terms of surface water drainage due to the additional storage capacity that can be provided. This would have the knock-on benefit of helping to reduce the flood risk and existing drainage problems experienced by residents downstream. The proposed will provide 7 high-quality, individually designed homes within the settlement boundary of Monk Hyde. Given the clear benefits which can be brought forward with the proposal, the committee is respectfully asked to support their officer's recommendation and approve the application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Fry. I'd now like to request that Mr. Hughes, Mr. Donan and Mr. Fry leave the meeting, be put back in the waiting room, but I would remind them that they can watch the live stream of this meeting on the Council's YouTube channel. So thank you all very much and good day to you. Right, I now move across to Councillor Lester, who is the ward member for this item. He speaks first, then has the right to speak at the end of the debate, but he does not get a vote. So in your own time, please, Councillor Lester.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for the opportunity to speak and for this opportunity for this application to be brought before Planning Committee. I'd like to thank the committee for attending the site visit last week. I appreciate you had a lot of site visits that day, and I'm sorry you got caught in the rain. If members cast their minds back to when they stood at the edge of the site, they will no doubt recall that the land in question is considerably higher than the land that is in front of the barns that are currently being converted, and much higher than the original dwellings and the previous barn conversions that are nearest to the land where it floods. On the outset, I'll acknowledge that Herefordshire needs good quality homes, and I'm in favour of building houses to achieve this aim. But this ambition should not outweigh or come at the expense of existing residents, especially when there's risk involved, such as flooding. You'll note the objections from the parish council and significant members of the community. And you've heard today how Mr. Durnan and Mr. Hughes have very many reservations about the scheme, reasons to object, and they've made some very powerful points today. Where I think the scheme fails is in 2 major points. One is its impact on the landscape and existing residents and their appreciation of the landscape. And secondly, with regard to the flooding issues and regard to surface water drainage. So if I can just take the first issue, we've got the first point about the visual impact. You've all seen the proposed diagram, and it does look like a very urban proposal on what is essentially an agricultural field. You'll no doubt remember the context that it's next to agricultural buildings that are being converted, but I think the proposal is significantly different from them and very different to the original Monksbury Court. The council's own landscape officer is very important. Their reaction was that it was a stark and suburban proposal, and that it would appear incongruous with the surroundings of a rural setting and have a negative impact on the landscape. During the course of the application, the landscape officer was able to comment on various iterations of the scheme on 4 separate occasions, and the conclusion remains that they maintain their objection based on the fact that the proposal is just not consistent with the landscape character or the transition to open countryside. My plea whenever I hear about conditions about landscaping is that landscaping should garnish a development. It shouldn't be there, or enhance it indeed, not be there to minimize its impact or even hide the development. Therefore, I would suggest that the development is contrary to core strategy policies LD1 and LD4. With regard to the flooding concerns, you've heard that the officers and the agent maintain that the proposed houses are in no danger of flooding, but I think that's not the point. The point is the impact that it will have on the existing residents, because that will be the issue, and the existing residents' houses are much lower. To take this point about drainage, first of all, if we talk about water runoff, I refer members to the email of the 26th of October, so that was a couple of weeks ago, from the land drainage consultant. Their conclusion is, with regard to the surface water strategy, It is not sufficiently robust to demonstrate that there will not be a net increase in runoff of the site. The details that have been presented have not provided us sufficient confidence to support the application in its current form, noting that changes to the built layout could be required to ensure that surface water is managed adequately. The key point here is that when you're concerned about water runoff from a development and how it may have a negative impact on existing residents, that's one issue. But when those existing residents are right next to an area that floods, then that is a real concern to me. So if you've got a land drainage consultant who's not prepared to support the application as it stands, and then conditions are required to address that, for me, that's a leap of faith that I cannot support. Therefore, to policies SD3 of the core strategy, paragraphs 155 and 163 of the NPPF, and policies Y8, Y9 of the Yark plan. The other issue is about foul water, and to deal with this development, they're proposing a package of a package treatment plant and a pumping station. For me, the proposal seems to rely on a solution that will require constant maintenance. Therefore, any scheme that is heavily reliant on maintenance is not sustainable and therefore cannot be in accordance with core strategy policy SD1. The proposed scheme is over-reliant on maintenance, and whilst I'm sure the developer has every intention of trying to create a system, it's the long-term maintenance of this system that is what concerns us. The land drainage agent has provided a checklist for what needs to happen to maintain this system, and I can tell you it's as long as your arm. There's worries about contingency planning. The management scheme will have to resource requirements that need to determine the personnel, the vehicles, the equipment that will be needed. The pumping station installation has the problems with regard to blockage of pumps, power failure, electrical and maintenance, mechanical failure, crust formation, noise, vibration, excessive power consumption, and last but not least, vandalism. So there's a classic example of a reliance on a system that I think is not a risk worth taking, and it's never the developer who may do a good job of setting it up. It's always the people who are left to maintain the system. And what is it going to be? One of the individual 7 homeowners? Is that the way it's going to be maintained? And in my experience, it's always existing residents that have to cope with the problems that a failed system creates. So therefore, I would say that this is contrary to SD4 and policies, neighbourhood plan policies Y2, Y8 of the Yark Hill neighbourhood plan. So in the round, I would suggest that because of the concerns I've got about the landscaping, its incongruous development in agricultural land, and there are serious concerns that the officers themselves have about the viability of the scheme and its ability to be maintained in view of the flood risks, I would suggest that there are NPPF policies, core strategy policies, and Yark Hill neighbourhood plan policies that all point to the overwhelming view that this is an application that cannot be supported. So I now look forward to your comments while you have your debate, and I do reserve my right to comment at the end of the debate. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Lester. We now go into the debate proper, and Councillor Rowan, followed by Councillor Stone, please.
Thank you, Chair. Urbanisation of rural Herefordshire, that's all I can, standing there on the site and looking at the designs. It looks very much like one of the developments you'd see on the edge of a very large village or something that was really close to town. I'm making notes as I go along here. This development is absolutely car dependent. You cannot get anything. It's all very well saying that you can go to the Newtown Crossroads service station and do your shopping there. you can't walk there safely in a few minutes, and certainly not walk back. The distance to the bus stop, no pub, it's not a village, is it? It's just an area to live. Huge weight must be given to the parish council in the area. I quickly went through their Yarkill development plan, protecting landscape Y11, and traffic and transport Y7. You've got to get in a car. I think with that number of houses, with an in and out in the morning, an in and out in the afternoon, and an in and out in the evening, that's an awful lot of vehicle movements. I don't see this development in any way, shape or form sustainable. The only problem is with the way that housing land supply is. This is something that we're going to hear every time we sit as a group and meet, and this is something that the officers are going to hear application after application. So I am really, really split here. At the moment, no, I will be voting against officer recommendation, but as I always do, I'm going to love to hear what my colleagues say. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Rowan. Councillor Stone, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also share many concerns about this application and agree with many of the points that Councillor Rowan has just made. How sustainable is this development going to be? It doesn't look very sustainable to me. It's totally car dependent. So it goes against some of the policies of our council, especially to do with climate change. It's a long drive to go to the shop, to go to the pub, or to take your children to school on those very narrow roads, driving every time. And with 7 more houses, there'll be quite a number more cars. So what about passing places and all those sort of issues? But my major concern, Mr. Chairman, concerns flooding. We keep being told that flooding isn't really much of a problem. It's very exceptional. It comes up on planning application after planning application. And then we find out afterwards that in fact, it really is quite a serious problem. And we see the photographs of what happened last October and what happened in February this year. As one of the objectors said, flooding happens very quickly. I've seen it here in Brimfield so many times. And although most of the site is in flood zone 1, part of it is in flood zone 2. And flooding is something we really have got to take much more seriously as a council. My concern is similar to Councillor Lester is not so much the new properties if they're ever built, but how the existing residents will be affected. And the concern is that there will be more effect from flooding, more impact from flooding if this development goes ahead. I also note the objections of the landscape officer, and I don't think those have been nearly fully addressed, and also the concerns voiced through the Yarkill NDP, which called for small-scale development. Well, from the point of view of Yarkill, this is not small-scale development. So for all these reasons, Chairman, I shall find it very difficult to support this proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Stone. Councillor Milne, followed by Councillor Wilding.
Thank you, Chair. I need only echo and not repeat the eloquently expressed reservations of Councillor Stone, Lester and Rowan in respect of flooding and the car dependency, the non-sustainable car dependency of this site. I just want to also talk a bit about placemaking. Now, placemaking underpins our whole core strategy approach. Does the design of this development enable good placemaking? And the first thing I do, certainly on a site visit, is to look at the local vernacular. What is the language of timber, stone, and brick that is used? And how has this been referenced in terms of the design of the new houses? And I really struggled to see that anything had been learned by the architects in this proposal. We've got some good traditional buildings with features such as parapeted and hip roofs, with horizontal lap-boarded elevations, such as on the granary next to the barn, and none of this language has been picked up. Instead of which, we've got vertical wood effect cladding and large areas of veranda, extensive areas of hard servicing, which you inevitably get with highly car-dependent developments that merely exacerbate the localized flooding. And so I feel on a lot of levels, it is a very disappointing application to have to review, and I'm afraid I will be going along with Councillors Rowan and Stone and not be supporting it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Milne. Councillor Wilding, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I couldn't really, having taken the stance I did last week on the application in my area, I could not agree to this one. It just seems to have all the same problems. But what I wanted to do is just point out a couple of things. One is, as Mr. Councillor Milne said, and it was mentioned earlier, I think, by someone, this is a stark and suburban look to it. And I just wonder, have the designers ever seen Grand Designs? Have they any idea? This looks like it's been cut and pasted out of somewhere in South London. And I lived in South London, so I know. It really does not fit. And as Councillor Milne just said, placemaking and making the place look good, it appears to me the only thing that the designers have done to try and address that is to have a little picture of someone riding a bike on the thing, and nothing else about it. So that's that. Then just two questions. One is, and it won't affect the way I vote, but I'd be interested to know, in the bit of the report that talks about access, it talks about a break in the existing roadside wildlife corridor. So I'd be interested to know how our landscape officers suggest that that break be handled, because at the moment they're just saying it can have a couple of indicator posts. Now, I don't think hedgehogs understand indicator posts, so I'd be interested to know how that works. And then the other thing is, although some of the houses do have roofs facing south, so they do have good orientation, half of the houses don't. So how come you design something in this day and age where you've got a free hand to design the whole site? How come you don't make it all orientated so that it can benefit from solar gain? And having said that, how come our the ecology officer doesn't point that out and say, anyway, you got the idea. I'll be voting against it. And in future, I'm not going to vote for anything that doesn't have south-facing roofs. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Wilding. I note that we've had 4 members speak so far, and they've all been speaking in opposition to this application. We've got no actual motion tabled at the moment, so if members could bear that in mind. Councillor James, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I just find this appalling, actually, this particular application. We're developing a sort of outpost development throughout the county. We're going to get, in the end, every large house without buildings is going to be converted to housing. Then there'll be housing added on to that. And so we're going to create hamlets everywhere throughout the county, hundreds of them, the way things are going. I don't know what we can do about it. Having said that, it's very difficult, and I've heard various objections and reasons for refusal, to find strong reasons for refusal. I, on basis, will not support this, but I do worry that it may get through on appeal. I think it's dreadful what's happening, this sort of development. Every large farm, every farmhouse with outbuildings is going to be converted, and the housing then will be added to that, and we'll have an appalling countryside if we're not careful in Herefordshire.
Thank you, Councillor James. I've got Councillor Rowan for a second stab, and Councillor Fagan. So Councillor Rowan first, please.
Yeah, listening to what you said, Chair, I'd like to propose that we refuse this application. Some of my simple little numbers here, but I'm sure that there's colleagues will add to it. So that's a proposal for you.
Okay, thank you. And have I seconded for that?
I'd like to second, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Stone. Thank you, Councillor Stone. I now move across to Councillor Fagan, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I mean, I like my colleagues, I find this application incredibly disappointing, and I think it's actually rather audacious to put applications like this forward now when we know the kind of crises that we're facing, and to have absolutely no sustainability features attached to this application just seems sort of beyond comprehension to me. But the thing that sort of concerns me a lot is the issue of the flooding, and also the fact that this is within the Lug catchment area. So what I don't understand is how, given that there are so many sort of technological issues needed with the drainage system, that how this actually sort of passed through the ecologist, and how the drainage issues have been sort of agreed by planners. I find this very difficult. I wonder if I could just have some clarification on that, because to me it seems that given all development has been put under moratorium in the north, for an application like this to sort of slip through is beyond my comprehension.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fagan. Councillor Selden, please.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. There's a theme that runs through the National Planning Policy Framework, and it starts off, I think, in the preface by saying applications should preserve and enhance the areas they're in. And I struggle to see how this particular development does anything to enhance or preserve anything. Wastewater is one of my favourite topics, and to have a wastewater treatment plant that will require constant servicing seems a bit bizarre, because it goes against all kinds of sustainability issues when there are other wastewater treatment plants that could possibly be installed at a greater cost that would probably not need so much maintenance. And the design, I'm afraid I agree with all my colleagues to say this is just an urban outpost in the middle of open countryside. I cannot see how that preserves or enhances open countryside and the look of Herefordshire whatsoever. So that's SS1, I think, in our core strategy that this contravenes. And I've written down it contravenes SS4, SS6, SS7, LD1 and LD4 in my notes during the officer's presentation. So I can't support this either. I think this is a very bad development stuck out in the middle of nowhere, and we need more indications as a guide to developers of how they can make these developments more sustainable by making them smaller, not putting them there at all, or coming up with some magical idea about how they can be made sustainable in the future. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Selden. Councillor Bowen, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I think there's been some very sound remarks made, and we do have, in fact, locally to this area, a very, very efficient team that can produce very fine willow bed sewage systems, which do not actually require massive amounts of maintenance and electricity supplies and all the rest of it. It's a shame that wasn't considered in the first place, I think. And yes, it is a little suburban settlement, rather rigid in its design, and we could do much better. And as Councillor Wilding said, why don't we make use of the sunshine in this part of the world? We do get it sometimes. Let's make proper use of it. The design is actually not very, I think, in any way a pleasant or well, does not reflect the local architecture in any way. We do need, I think, a Hereford design guide, which I don't think we really got at the moment. We should perhaps make some effort towards that very soon. And my vote, you may think, will be going against this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bowen. Councillor Johnson, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I won't repeat everything that everyone said in advance, except to say that I agree with them. I do have sympathy with our officers. They come under considerable pressure, given that we're down to something like 3.5 years of supply rather than 5. There is the implied threat from developers all the time that your rules don't really count because you haven't got the land supply to back it up, etc., etc. And I can see where compromises will have to be made if we're to meet our housing targets. However, this particular one, I think, frankly, is an appalling thing to drop out in the middle of the countryside. I too will vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. I've no further hands raised at the moment. So we have a proposal on the table for refusal contrary to officer recommendation. I will be going back to Councillor Rowan and Councillor Stone for the reasons before we go to a vote. But prior to that, if I could invite officers to make any comments before I go back to Councillor Lester to make his final remarks. Thank you, Mr. Banks.
Thank you, Chairman. I think Anne Gerson had a hand raised. I don't know if she wanted to say something before I sum up.
It was just to say the chair is going to go back to members who've raised the motion for reasons. So I was just going to ask that a reason was given for refusal.
Okay, thank you. Well, Chairman, it's a very thorough debate. Obviously, a number of issues have been raised. A number of members have talked about the principle and sustainability. You will be aware that the site is actually allocated as RA2, and whilst I hear and understand the comments that have been raised about this particular site in that respect, the fact of the matter is that the principle of residential development here is something which is accepted, and obviously that's reflected in the Yark Hill NDP by virtue of the fact that the site's within the settlement boundary. That said, obviously there's some considerable concern about the quantum of development and the detailed design of the development, and that's a point that's been made loud and clear by a number of members. We've also talked about landscape impact. As Mr. Bailey made the point in his presentation, the site doesn't have any landscape designation as such. And there's always a balance to be drawn as far as landscape impact is concerned when we're considering applications for residential development. It's an inevitability that new development will have some sort of landscape impact. As far as we're concerned as officers, we have to consider the balance, whether or not that can be mitigated. I think Councillor Lester made a very pertinent point in his presentation when he said about it shouldn't be that landscaping is simply there to screen or hide development. It should be there to complement it. Obviously, your officers have taken a view about that and have taken a view about the landscape impacts in the context, as Councillor Johnson said at the end of his presentation. It's always a balance when we're in the situation that we are of not having a 5-year housing land supply. Also, a lot of discussion about flood risk and drainage matters. As far as the elements of flood risk are concerned, I would draw members' attention to the 4th consultation response. You'll see that there was lots of to and fro in as far as drainage matters were concerned. The 4th consultation response from the land drainage officer on page 27, where he says, I've received information regarding existing flood defences from Mr. Dernan, including videos of the flooding. The proposed development should not worsen the existing scenario. If the SUDs are designed and assessed correctly, then there should not be a net volumetric increase in floodwater that would otherwise have exacerbated flood risk to adjacent properties. I think it's largely on that basis and on those comments that your officers were satisfied that the matter of flood risk could be considered through the imposition of further conditions. The comments under the fourth consultation then go on to require further soakaway testing, which is, as a consequence, why we then went back and there was a fifth consultation response. So as far as that's concerned, as I say, as officers, we're satisfied that there is sufficient ability for us to address that through the imposition of conditions. As far as the foul water drainage arrangements are concerned, I hear the concerns about the maintenance of systems. The fact of the matter is, as far as foul drainage is concerned, the land drainage engineer hasn't raised an objection in that regard at any stage and is satisfied with the provision of a package treatment plan. Indeed, as far as it goes, we will inevitably get those sorts of proposals in locations like this because there is no mains drainage. As far as that's concerned, that's an acceptable solution, and I think whilst there are obviously other reasons that members have raised, I'm not convinced that we really ought to be including a reason for refusal based on foul drainage. Councillor Fagan talked about ecology. I would refer you to the second consultation response from the ecologist on pages 22 and 23. As far as the impacts on the River Lug are concerned, ecologist is satisfied that there is no likely significant effect. The provision of a package treatment plant is a way of addressing the 5 criteria that are set out in our position statement. And you'll see on page 23 that the ecologist is satisfied that those criteria are met, which is why we've been able to conclude no likely significant effect in this instance. I think that's about as much as I need to say, Chairman. As I say, it's a very rounded debate that members have had, and I'll be interested to hear from Councillor Roan and Councillor Stone as far as the reasons for refusal and the policies that they are concerned that the proposal is contrary to. I don't know if Mr. Bailey has got anything further to add, but other than that, thank you.
Mr. Bailey, did you want to add anything?
Nothing further from me, Chairman. I think Mr. Banks has summarised the matters very well.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Curzon, any comments that you wish to make at this stage?
I haven't got any comments. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Apologies for my phone going in the background. I'm going to move across to Councillor Lester to make his sum up before I go back to Councillor Roan and Stone to give their reasons. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I promised that wasn't me on the phone. Thank you very much to the committee for giving the whole issue a really good airing and for raising not only the concerns that I've raised, but your own concerns as well, which really goes to show that you've looked into this matter and given it due consideration. Just to touch briefly back on to the fact that the scheme just does not look in keeping with the site, which is, it may not be a highly designated area in terms of it being an outstanding area of natural beauty, but for us who live and work and support the Arkhill community, it really matters the type of design that we have in buildings like this, in the areas like this, and this is just jars with local people and myself. I understand the point that Councillor Johnson made, that, you know, when faced with housing requirements and land supply, proposals are always going to be a compromise. And I understand why officers are trying to make that compromise, but you will no doubt be sure that I'm never going to support applications that I fear will risk the amenity of existing residents and risk their potential for flooding and environmental issues. And if you go back to the land drainage officer's comment, it was with regard to the surface water drainage. He said, if a system is able to be designed, then it will be okay. And if is a big word, and that leaving it to pre-commencement conditions for me is a leap of faith I'm not willing to support. And lastly, yes, the land drainage officer says it will be okay if you have a pumping station, but I make the point, as I made earlier on, that that requires continual maintenance ad infinitum, and I just do not think that is a sustainable solution to warrant having houses in this location. My view is that it's contrary to policies 155 and 163 of the NPPF. It's contrary to policies SD1, SD3, LD1 and LD4 of the core strategy, and contrary to policies Y2, 8, 9 and 11 of Yark Hill development plan. So thank you for your time and for the debate. I do appreciate it, and I look forward to hearing the outcome. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, committee.
Thank you, Councillor Lester. Okay, so I move across to Councillor Rowan and Councillor Stone then to actually give the policies that they cite to support their recommendation for refusal. Councillor Rowan.
Thank you, Chair. The ones I've got down, which I've scribbled away, LD1, LD4. Councillor Selden came steaming in with SS1, SS4 and 6. When it comes to the Yark Hill plan, I've made a note. I think the most pertinent ones are 7, 9 and 11, but also consideration to 2 and 8. But I'm sure Councillor Stone has maybe one or two others to hand in, and maybe somebody else in the committee has got something else that we could use in the armoury. Thank you.
Councillor Stone.
Thank you, Chairman. I agree with Councillor Rowan and draw your attention to SS1 on design, which was raised by Councillor Selden, and also several policies in the Yark Hill development plan. I must say that it does say in the plan, they talk about small scale development, and I think that's covered in one of the policies that have been mentioned. I haven't got the core strategy immediately to hand, Chairman, but I really go along with what Councillor Rowan has said. If any member has anything additional that would help us with our proposal, that'd be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I think we've got quite a few policies cited. I'll go back to Mr. Banks to make any comment if he's content with those policies that have been cited.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I am. I just want to be clear on the reasons, though. Councillor Stone, in the context of policy SS1, mentioned design. Clearly, that was a matter that a number of members have raised. Clearly, we've talked about the issue of surface water drainage, and I think in that regard, SD3 is particularly relevant. That hasn't been mentioned by Councillor Rowan or Councillor Stone. So I think in that context, if members are minded to recommend the application for refusal on drainage grounds, then the references should be to policy SD3, to Y9, I believe, of the NDP, and also to the NPPF as well. I think Councillor Lester made reference to that in his presentation. So we're talking concerns about design, we're talking concerns about landscape, land drainage. Could we be clear about landscape impact as well, please? That's again been a matter that's been raised, and members of the view that the application is unacceptable in that regard as well.
Sorry, Councillor Rowan.
I thought you were calling me while you were on mute, Chair.
Yeah. I was.
LD1 landscape and townscape. The fact that it is not in keeping with the rest of the area, the intensification, the large number of properties in that one place, so that was pertinent.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Stone, I believe you got your hand up.
Yes, Chairman. I was going to mention the landscape impact, and particularly going back to the comments by the landscape officer, which I don't think have been fully satisfied during the debate. But my number one issue, Chairman, was the flooding risk as well to the existing properties and the lack of assurance on surface drainage, which I think is covered by SD3. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are we content, Mr. Banks and Ms. Curzon, that everything has been cited that is necessary to go to the vote?
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, Chairman, I'm quite clear about the reasons that have been given now. Thank you.
Okay, and I presume all members are clear as well. So, Ms. Curzon, you're content as well?
I am, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Right, can I remind members of the committee that they can only vote on the application before committee if they've been present for the whole of the presentation and discussion on the application. Does anybody need to advise me that they're not permitted to vote? Nobody's advising, so I assume there's 15 able to vote. Jen is nodding. So can I ask Democratic Services whether the electronic voting system is ready and to confirm the number of eligible voting committee members for this poll?
Chairman, the eligible number is 15 and members can vote now.
Right, and this is for refusal of this application with the conditions or recommendations cited. So you either vote for refusal, against refusal, or abstain, and then press the submit button. Thank you.
Sorry, Chair, I accidentally voted the wrong way.
Right, can we relaunch then, Jen?
Yeah.
So technical support will relaunch. So we've got 30 seconds from now. So as per I stated before.
Okay, Chair, that's unanimously voting for refusal.
Okay, thank you. So that application falls and it is refused. Thank you, members, for that. I'm going to call for a 10-minute adjournment if I hadn't got my earphones in. Right. Where are we now then, Jen? Are we recording?
We are live, yes, Chairman.
We are live. Okay, fine. Thank you. My apologies. That was my mistake. Right. Can I request then the public speakers for agenda item 7, attending as virtual attendees, Mrs. Bromley from Whitbourne Parish Council and Mrs. Kershaw, who is a local resident, if they're both admitted to the meeting, please. Fine. So good morning, both Mrs. Bromley and Mrs. Kershaw. Could I just check with you that you can see and hear us, please?
Yep, good. Yes, I can.
Right, thank you both very much. You'll need to keep your microphone switched off until I call you, please. Could I just check with you that you can see? Mrs.
Sorry.
Bromley.
I'm trying to turn it off. Yes.
Right.
There you go, have done.
Okay,
Sorry about that.
I think you've got the YouTube running in the background, so you'll need to switch. You might need to switch that off. I could hear it coming from somewhere anyway.
Hang on.
Right. Second application then this morning, item 7, 200, 500 Crumpleby Farm, Whitbourne, Worcester. Change of use of barn from agricultural to office space. Works undertaken including replacement beams and glazing to open north gable end of barn. 2, to formalise a historic change of use from riding arena to the car park. Works including tarmacking of the arena. And 3, access road, all works retrospective. Councillor Shaw is the ward councillor for this application, and we have Mr. Bailey, who is the planning officer that will be dealing with this application as well. We have 3 speakers on this application, 2 virtual and 1 will be a video recording. So before that, we go to officer presentation, please. So Mr. Bailey, in your own time. Thank you.
Thank you again, Chairman. Just wait for the slides to go up on screen. There we go. Before beginning the presentation, I draw members' attention to the schedule of updates. This includes a further representation by a third party on behalf of local residents, although in the view of officers, this does not raise any new material considerations. Members also note an additional condition recommended by officers. This is to restrict use of the car park and access road between the hours of 0030 and 800 hours in the interests of residential amenity as suggested by the local member on the site visit. In addition to the MPPF, a significant material planning consideration, the development plan comprises the core strategy and Whitbourne neighbourhood development plan, which was made on the 1st of December 2016. Members will note that this application does not involve the provision of housing and therefore can be afforded full weighting in your decision. Crumpleby Farm is a moderately sized complex of modern buildings and associated host farmhouse, approximately 1.25 miles as the crow flies west of Whitbourne and 4.1 miles northeast of Bromyard. The Green Cow Kitchens restaurant, granted planning permission in 2013, sits at the heart of the site, with associated buildings in conjunction with the enterprise surrounding the restaurant, following planning permission being granted in 2017 to facilitate the expansion of Crumpleby as events facility. The site, of course, is denoted by the red star on screen. Next slide, please. The site is set within estate farmland, defined by predominantly agricultural grazing fields and woodland beyond the northern boundary, which leads up to Badleywood Common. Boundary treatments comprise a mixture of post and rail and wire fencing and hedgerow to the western boundary adjacent to the main car parking area. The landscape character of site and surrounding areas is that of wooded estate lands with large discrete blocks of woodland, mixed farming land use, hedgerows as field boundaries and large country houses set in parkland, which redefines the settlement pattern in which isolated farmsteads are featured like Crumpleby Farm. The next slide, please. Planning permission is sought retrospectively for the following. 1. Change of use of a barn from agricultural to office space, including alterations comprising replacement beams and glazing to the open north gable end of barn. 2. The formalisation of a change of use from riding arena to car park, including tarmacking of the arena. And 3. The formation of a new access road to the car park, and this plan can be clearly seen on screen. I remind members that this is a distinctively separate application from the next agenda item 194408, and that you're only being asked to consider what is before you. Next slide, please. On screen now are the existing plans and elevations of the barn prior to works being undertaken. From us ascertaining historic mapping of the area, the barn is recorded to date around the 1880s. The next slide, please. On screen now, members will see photos of the northern elevation prior to works commencing. In relation to the change of use and alterations to the barn to form office space, alterations have been undertaken to replace the timbers, many of which were rotten, as well as a number of window frames and doors. It is noted the northern gable end was leaning quite considerably, and subsequently a number of bricks, as you can see, had fallen out of the panels. The use of the building is to accommodate office space to be ancillary to the Crumpleby Farm enterprise. And the next slide, please. The proposed plans of the barn are now on screen. Members are to note the addition of a lean-to porch as well at the west elevation and the introduction of the double glazing to the north elevation. A small section to the northeast of the building is an attached lean-to and not part of the development. Incidentally, this is used by the estate tenants of the farmhouse. At the eastern elevation, no changes other than the replacement of a number of old window frames have been done, and all openings remain as original, and no alterations or changes have been made to the southern elevation. Whilst not listed or considered to be a designated heritage asset, Members will note the Council's Building Conservation Officer supports this application, taking the view that the scheme is well presented, well considered, lightweight and proportionate to its significance. And the next few slides will show photographs of the completed works. So the next slide, please. On the screen at the top left is the formation of hardstand which leads between the barn and the car park, and which is also viewable from the opposite direction in the bottom right. And the next slide, thank you. Members will note the photographs of the barn as completed. This is taken from the north and northwest elevations respectively, as members will see the double glazed first floor northern elevation and the introduction of a lean-to porch at the west elevation, as you can see on the bottom right photo. Next slide, please. These two photographs are taken from the southwest elevation and eastern elevation, the latter on the bottom right, which is taken, of course, from the tenant-occupied property at the farmhouse. And the next slide, please. These two photos are on screen are taken from the entrance at the lean-to porch with the alterations inside. Members will note the glazed doors leading into the ground floor. And the next slide, please. Thank you. Internal works being undertaken to include the replacement beams, the majority of which, as I said, are rotten. Photographs of the ground floor are above, and below are the first floor. Members will note the comments of the Council's ecologist, who has no objection to this retrospective application subject to conditions in accordance with policies LD2 and LD3 of the core strategy and policy LU9 of the Whitbourne Neighbourhood Development Plan. This includes the securing of additional ecological and habitat enhancement within a time-sensitive period, given the retrospective nature of this application, and the submission of any details of external lighting to allow the safe use of the car park. Next slide, please. And this is just a photo of the greater view of the internal ground floor, so members were able to understand what's taken place. And the next slide, please. This slide is taken from internally, looking northwards, noting the considerable well-established hedgerow, which provides screening from longer distances. In the view of officers with regard to the barn, whilst the structural survey had not been submitted, officers note the details provided by the applicant of the works that have been undertaken. Having observed the barn and noting the alterations to this element of the work proposal, it is reasonable to conclude that the building was capable of conversion in the form proposed, and a major or complete reconstruction was not required to achieve the use intended, particularly given the size of the footprint under consideration. The barn is evidence of how the site has, of course, organically developed over time. And however, this is not considered to be extravagant or overly domesticated with existing openings utilised. As such, the alterations undertaken would not dominate the building or substantially alter its appearance, with the scheme retaining many of the architectural features of the barn where possible. The lean-to porch is regarded to be a new feature, but would not adversely affect the character or appearance of the building, citing timber cladding walling, which is typical of agricultural buildings across the county. The design proposals satisfy in the view of officers policies SD1, LD4 and RA5 of the Council's core strategy and policy LU9 of the Whitbourne NDP, both of which are considered to be consistent with the National Planning Policy Framework. The next slide, please. The photographs taken here are from the edge of the new access road looking west towards Whitbourne Hall, which is grade 2 star listed, and right towards the main car park. Members will of course be aware that, as I explained on site, that this is a private road and access to site from Whitbourne Hall should not be taken. And the next slide, please. The photograph on screen shows the constructed access road, which is on the right of the two. And for reference, the access road on the left is to the tenant-occupied farmhouse, which you can see to the left of the photo. And the next slide, please. These photographs are taken from the car park to give an idea of its extent of the size and nearby residential receptors. So working clockwise from the top left, which was taken from the southeast of the car park looking northwest. The top right photo, which was taken again from the southeast looking north, noting Badleywood Common. The bottom right photo, which was taken from the west, looking in a direction of northeast, noting the residential receptors there. And again, the bottom left is another photo taken from the east, looking north. Next slide, please. This photograph is taken from the southeast of the car park, looking towards the access road, and members will note the gradient changes concerned. The local highways authority have no objection to the conversion of the barn, but have reservation that the retention of the car park and associated access road is not evidently justified, and this may increase vehicle movements to and from site. In terms of the car park and access road, it's appreciated the applicant has submitted no evidence that additional car parking is required, but policy MT1 does not require evidence to be submitted. The car park is, as members officers understand, to provide separate parking arrangements for staff. However, any intensification of use would of course require another application to be made. On this basis, and noting there is still considerable operational and manoeuvring space for safe entrance and exit, officers view the application accords with policies RA6 and MT1 of the core strategy and does not contradict paragraph 109 of the NPPF. And the next slide, please. This is taken from an equidistant point between Crumplebury and Whitbourne Hall to offer medium distance views of site in the context of landscape. For reference, public right-of-way WR16 runs to the east of site. It's important to acknowledge that the site is well contained, albeit adjacent to the unregistered park and garden at Whitbourne Hall. The proposal is informed by the surrounding built form and landscape in terms of proposed use, depth and positioning of the building, contained by existing features and development which form Crumplebury Farm. Furthermore, the external materials of the building are not uncommon in the area. In light of the above, the barn itself does not appear discordant within the surrounding landscape. As the application has of course progressed, a number of third parties have raised issues concerning impacts on landscape grounds as a consequence of amenity, namely oral and visual pollution, particularly associated with vehicular movements. Officers feel that landscaping can be introduced both at the north and east of the car park, which directly face towards residential receptors and Badley Wood Common. This would include temporary boundary treatments to be agreed by way of condition, and in the next planting season to introduce native species hedgerow, which over time, which will assimilate into the locality. Once at a mature stage, any temporary boundary treatments could be removed to prevent prolonged permanent landscape harm. As such, is considered subject to these conditions, the development would not have a harmful effect on the character or appearance of the area. It would conserve landscape and scenic beauty of the area in accordance with policy LD1 of the Council's core strategy, policy LU9 of the Whitbourne NDP, and section 15 of the NPPF in terms of conserving and enhancing the natural environment. And the next slide, please. Of course, the application lies in a very much open countryside location, with the application site gently undulating further south within the surrounding topography, whilst rising considerably heading north towards Badley Wood Common. Long distance views, such as the photograph on screen now, is taken from the Whitbourne Tedstone Delamere Road. Oh. PowerPoint just disappeared, sorry.
Apologies, we've just lost the clerk, Tim Brown, that was doing the presentation. Just bear with me and I will get it back up for you.
Okay, thank you. Apologies for the delay.
We await the resurrection of Mr. Tim Brown.
Have you got a copy as well, Jen?
Just going to bring it up now, Chairman.
Okay, thank you.
If you go to slide 18, Jen, I can continue the presentation from there. That's the one.
Okay.
I'll restart that paragraph for the benefit of everyone.
Okay, thank you very much. Carry on, Mr. Bailey.
Thank you, Chairman. The application, of course, lies in an open countryside location, with the application site generally undulating further south within the surrounding topography, whilst rising considerably heading north towards Badley Wood Common. The long distance views, as members will see on the photograph, is taken from the Whitbourne Tedstone Delamere Road, adjacent to Red Hill, which offers a long distance perspective. Crumplebury, for the avoidance of doubt, is identified by the red arrow on screen. The site is visible in views from the road and to a modest extent along the nearby public rights of way, where passers-by would be likely to be travelling at low speeds. Moreover, any views from the public right of way would also potentially offer long-range glimpses across the rural landscape, which is already punctuated by occasional residential properties and agricultural style buildings. The next slide, please. The photograph on the left is submitted by a third party, which is identified within the schedule of updates to offer a nighttime perspective. The property in which the photo is taken from is identified by the arrow on the right of the image to give approximate relevance of relationship. Officers have noted concerns have been raised regarding noise and visual amenity, which largely relates to the wider uses of Crumblebury, which is discussed under the next agenda item. Notwithstanding this, members will appreciate that due to more than sufficient separation distances of circa 0.22 miles or 400 metres, the orientation of these neighbouring properties officers consider, in terms of residential amenity, the works undertaken and subsequent uses of site are not considered to be contrary to core strategy policy SD1, policy LU9 of the Whitbourne NDP, or paragraph 180 of the MPPF. Of course, additional landscaping conditions recommended would address these reservations further. And the next slide, please. The development is not considered to adversely affect or give rise to harm to designated heritage assets, nor their setting or experience. In the view of officers, they would be preserved. Having regard to this matter and given this matter special regard in the report, officers consider the scheme to accord with policy LD4 of the core strategy in conserving designated heritage assets and the wider historic environment. This is also with regard to section 16 of the MPPF, and the council has exercised its right in regards to section 66 of the Planning, Listed Building and Conservation Areas Act of 1990. In the view of officers, there's no need to undertake the test prescribed at paragraph 196 of the MPPF, as no harm has been identified. The application site lies within flood zone 1 as defined by the Environment Agency, and as such has a low probability of flooding. The application does not therefore need to be supported by a flood risk assessment. Officers consider the application to accord with provisions of policies SD3 and SD4 of the core strategy and section 14 of the MPPF in respect of foul and surface water. In accordance with the statutory requirement, a determination must be made in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. As set out in the foregoing presentation, the development undertaken is considered to accord with the development plan taken as a whole, which is consistent with the MPPF. Any intensification of use at this site would require a new application to be made. The majority of representations also cite wider issues associated with the co-current application on the site 194408, which will be considered under that relevant application. Members are reminded that they are only being asked to consider the change of use and alterations to this barn office use, the formation of a new access road, and a change of use of the former riding arena to a car park. It's not disputed that this is a retrospective application, although officers are recommending a number of time-sensitive conditions for the applicant to comply with, and these are recommended in order to secure a well-rounded development in the interests of all, particularly in light of the oral and visual amenity associated with the current absence of landscaping. Although the considerable separation distances in neighbouring properties does, in the view of officers, alleviate these concerns considerably. It is recommended to members that planning permission be granted, albeit retrospectively, subject to conditions as laid out in the revised recommendation, noting the schedule of updates. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. I've already welcomed Mrs. Bromley and Mrs. Kershaw, both who will be speaking on this application. And we've also got a video submission from Mr. Evans. So I'd like to invite Mrs. Bromley to speak first on behalf of Whitbourne Parish Council. You have 3 minutes to make your comments in your own time, starting when you're ready, please.
This is the third retrospective application relating to this development. We supported the Crumblebury development of an enlarged restaurant and conference facility adjacent to this location only on the basis that restrictions were in place and with plans and assurances put forward by the applicant in the original application 163902. The next item on your agenda will be to remove two such assurances and allow parties and weddings up to 250 guests, which will greatly increase vehicle movements. Over 40 weddings are already booked for next year alone. Retrospective. Development of the barn may have disturbed roosting bats. Apparently no survey was undertaken. Brick infills have been replaced with glass. That and outside lighting apparently impacts and adds to the light pollution, which is already very evident in the valley, and which the applicant himself has confirmed must be mitigated. The car park and access road is again retrospective, with 40 car parking spaces plus delivery vehicles access. We strongly object to this part of the application for the following reasons. There is already a very large car park. Given the strong local opposition to the further extension of the development, this additional car parking for staff and access is not justified. According to the applicant, when fully staffed, there are a maximum of 22 staff. It represents an overdevelopment of the site in what should be a beautiful and tranquil setting. The main access via the A44 is dangerous. Highways stated as severely substandard visibility, yet you are being asked to encourage greater vehicle movements. The other access, as the car park is on the Whitbourne side, is via Whitbourne Hall driveway, which is in private ownership. The applicant confirmed that he encourages Crumpleby staff to use this private driveway. Complaints about this feature in the related application. This traffic flow will be increased enormously if granted. Noise from frequent, very late night traffic across two noisy castle grids. Loud voices, doors slamming all across an acoustically sensitive valley. Light pollution from headlights and bright, intrusive external lighting. Early morning deliveries cause residents further disturbance. The applicant has a history of non-compliance with planning conditions. This application is symptomatic of a general lack of respect for the planning regime. The PC seek to encourage parishioners to respect their neighbours and community and not build first and seek retrospective permission. Local residents are extremely concerned that their concerns and objections will be lost in these frequent retrospective applications and have no confidence that any conditions imposed will be complied with. We ask the committee to refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Bromley. I'd now like to invite Mrs. Kershaw to present her 3 minutes, please, in your own time. Thank you.
Councillors, this application is for retrospective planning permission for 3 already completed significant developments. It follows formal complaints to planning enforcement from residents about noise and light disturbance and non-permissioned works. The applicant has cited the Crumpleby venue at the far edge of his estate. The massive glazed ends of the venue and the barn point away from the estate and towards neighbouring residences. The car park is similarly directed. As this is the designated staff and deliveries car park, vehicle movements start very early, often before 8 AM, and end late, as staff depart long after guests. Headlights shine into residents' houses. Each vehicle travels over 2 noisy cattle grids each way, sounding like a burst of gunfire in the night. Inevitably, doors slam, staff shout, reversing delivery vehicles beep. This application is not a formalising of a historic change of use. It is a radical shift in use and destructive of residential amenity in a tranquil, dark skies valley, where, owing to its topography, even normal conversation travels with perfect clarity. Planners propose a fence and hedge, but no hedge will counteract the gradient of the access road, or the noise of many cars and vans coming and going during the night. Planners have taken little account in their report of the after working hours impact. The photograph shown earlier is 1 headlight in the evening. Unlike the planning officer in 2017, the planning officers now have not suggested any conditioned time limits on vehicle movement. Why? This development impacts on many residents. As well as the 26 or so properties in the area shown on the map, Grade 2 star listed Whitbourne Hall comprises 24 more units, and the applicant has told in an open meeting he will encourage staff to drive through its private grounds. The private access road runs very close to the hall buildings. The barn now has a glazed end where brick infill has been replaced. This barn was, of course, developed without any ecological surveys, and the site was known as a bat roosting area. Councillors, residents feel that the passing of constant retrospective developments at this venue is not acceptable and sets a dangerous precedent for other Herefordshire developments. As law-abiding people, residents cannot understand planners merely saying they are working with the applicant on this. There have been no sanctions. Now, with this application, you are being asked to make the unlawful retrospectively lawful 3 times over. We request that you refuse this application rather than approving with conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Kershaw. Can I now request that the video submission by Mr. Evans, the applicant, is played, please?
In fact, Chairman, it's been changed to an audio submission. Sorry.
Okay, fine. You've got that in hand, have you, Mr. Brown?
Tim, if you stop sharing and share again and just make sure the two boxes at the bottom of the screen are ticked, the audio.
Morning, councillors. I would like to thank officers for all their work and support during this process and for their recommendation for approval. As members will be aware, this application has drawn significant attention because it is linked to the next agenda item. The application comprises 3 distinct elements, and the planning officer's report clearly guides members through the policy aspects relating to each area. The car park. For over a decade, since becoming redundant as a riding arena, this area has been used as parking for Green Cow kitchens, plus storage of farm vehicles and agricultural equipment, and this use has not changed. The ground was wrecked during the construction of Crumplebury last year, and so towards the end of the build process, we made a decision to have it resurfaced to ensure that it was safe and suitable for continued use. The footprint of the area has not altered. Secondly, the road. A temporary track was installed to facilitate the construction of Crumplebury. It had been our intention to reinstate grass and install a grasscrete product along the route to allow for farm and staff vehicle access. Towards the end of the construction period and after a dreadful winter, we became concerned that the grasscrete product would fail as the ground conditions had deteriorated and the area of the track had become badly rutted. We therefore made a decision to lay a proper road for the 100-metre stretch connecting the existing private road to the car park. Planning permission should have been sought for this decision, and I apologise that it wasn't. At the time, a rapid decision had to be made as ground workers were on site, and we had no idea that its installation would have generated so much outcry. Finally, the office. The barn sits right next to Crumplebury. It was a redundant building that had fallen into disrepair, with bricks falling out of the gable end and rotten structural beams, but the roof was sound. We were concerned for the health and safety of our staff and guests, and so appointed a local builder to make it safe. During this process, we were persuaded that with just a little extra work, the space could be made into a simple farm office. The plans accord with policy SD1 of the Herefordshire Local Plan and policy LU9 of the Whitbourne Neighbourhood Plan, and as the Building Conservation Officer points out, the scheme is lightweight and proportionate to its historic significance. All repairs and improvements were made internally. We took a view that the project would be regarded as permissive development on the basis that the barn is within the curtilage of the farmhouse and the conversion is ancillary and consequential for the need of a farm and estate office. Whilst this remains true, on advice following a planning officer visit in January 2020, it was suggested that we formalise the permission as a change of use so as to remove any contention on this point. This is the application before you. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Okay, thank you for that. Can I now request Mrs. Bromley and Mrs. Kershaw leave the meeting and be put back in the waiting room? And I'd like to remind them that they can watch the live stream of the meeting on the council's YouTube channel. So thank you both very much. I note that we will see you again for the next agenda item in due course. So, ward member for this application, as previously stated, is Councillor Shaw. He is the ward member for this item. He speaks first and then has the right to speak at the end of the debate, but does not get a vote. So in your own time, Councillor Shaw, if you would
Thank you, Chair.
Comment
Yeah.
to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I start by thanking members for attending the site meeting last week and taking the time to travel to the eastern fringe of the county. I hope that the visit provides a spatial, transportational, environmental context for the applications before you today. Can I also thank the officer for his report? For this application, I'll split my comments into two parts: works to the building and works in the car park area. Members will be aware, but the public listening in at home may not be, that a local planning authority can invite a retrospective application in circumstances where the local planning authority consider that an application is the appropriate way forward to regularize the situation. The owner or occupier of the land should be invited to submit their application without delay. It is important to note that though a local planning authority may invite an application, it cannot be assumed that permission will be granted, and the local planning authority should take care not to fetter its discretion prior to the determination of any application for planning permission. Such an application must be considered in the normal way. And this retrospective application was invited as a result of investigation by planning enforcement. In respect of works on the building, I note the comments of the building conservation officer, who advises that it complies with para 184 and 192 of the MPPF and policy LD4 of the core strategy. Comments about light from the glazed north end, I submit, could be mitigated by conditioning blinds or curtains to be used after nightfall. If the committee is minded to approve, then I'd request that they condition such drapes to meet the requirements of RA6 and SD1 and possibly also LD2 ecology. And I note the report of ecology, which leads to condition C98, CK5, CD2 and CNS included in the officer's report, which I hope that the committee would agree to impose if it is their will to approve the application. Turning to the car parking area, I note transportation's comments in respect of there being no evidence submitted that additional parking was necessary or required. Committee will have noted the officer's report at 6.39, which refers to MPPF para 169, which explicitly states that development should only be prevented or refused on highways grounds if there would be unacceptable impact on highway safety, or the residual cumulative impacts on the road network would be severe. The officer also refers to policy MT1 of our core strategy. The committee will wish to consider the assertion made by the officer in 6.4 that there is nothing to suggest that the use of separate parking arrangements for staff at the location will give rise to an intensification in use. If they are satisfied that that is the case, then the transport objection falls. I note that in the applicant's original design access statement, they suggested under sustainability, as the majority of the employees are from the local area, it is proposed that a minibus service will be provided to take staff to and from the site, and thereby reduce the amount of personal vehicle trips generated. Green modes of transport will also be encouraged. With that statement, the needs for an additional car park become even more doubtful. My main concern is the location, elevation, prominence, and outlook of the car park, closer to the sconce, the building identified, and other properties than the original authorised main car park. These concerns are reflected in the comments received from nearby residents, which can be expressed as a loss of amenity due to light and noise impacting across the valley to properties which have a clear line of sight of that parking area. Light from vehicle headlights, a noise from vehicles starting and revving, as well as voices and doors slamming, and equipment being moved all carry across this relatively quiet valley. The officer in 6.41 comments on environmental health legislation as a solution to remedy any noise or light nuisance. Councillors may be aware that I'm a great advocate of our environmental health team, and I've some experience of situations when proving a statutory nuisance has been problematic, particularly when that nuisance has been sporadic and transitory. The officer goes on to agree that it is necessary to separate the planning and environmental health thresholds, and we should not rely on another regime to regulate any unacceptable harm. It is for the committee to consider if such effects have been properly addressed in this application, and if the mitigation suggested by the officer is sufficient to allow the approval of the application. The element has been addressed by conditions C95, C98 and CK5, and in respect of lighting, CNS, recommendations 2, 3, 4 and 9 respectively. If the committee is minded to approve the application, then I would recommend further conditions. The first source from a 2017 appeal decision by an inspector in York that the car park be vacated by staff and contractors by a time 1 hour after the end of the permitted time for live music in the venue. And that time, as you'll be aware, is subject of an application in the next consideration. In addition, that cars be parked facing away from the valley to reduce issues from light pollution. And a further condition, which was in the permission for the original authorised car parking, should also be included. This was condition 15 in P163902, which stated that the loading and unloading of service and delivery vehicles, together with their arrival and departure from site, shall not take place outside the hours of 0800 to 1800 Monday to Fridays and 0800 to 1300 on Saturdays, nor at any time on Sundays, bank or public holidays, to comply with SD1 to safeguard amenities of locality. Comments have been made that the cattle grids in the exit from the car park are noisy, and I suggest that noise may extend to other cattle grids in the approach road. I refer members to that well-known journal, Acoustics Bulletin, for January-February 2017, and an article entitled Investigations of Noise and Disturbance from Vehicles Crossing Cattle Grids and an Examination of Options for Mitigation. There is considerable evidence presented in the article that sleep patterns and tranquility can be disrupted by such devices. Speed of passage is cited as a significant factor. A proposal by Dorset County Council Roads and Rights of Way Committee Commission was to limit crossing speeds to 10 miles per hour, where it was claimed that noise levels would be similar to the max noise levels observed without a cattle grid. The study showed that maximum noise levels increased with crossing speed, and a suggested noise mitigation measure was to incorporate the cattle grid into a flat top speed control ramp, slimmer in profile to that recommended for traffic calming on UK roads. If the committee was minded to approve, then I would recommend this as an additional condition to mitigate the effect on amenity and to address RA6, which states that development should not cause unacceptable adverse impacts to the amenity of nearby residents by virtue of design and mass, noise and dirt, lighting and smell, and to meet SD1 to safeguard residential amenity for existing and proposed residents. I look forward to hearing your discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Right, we go into the debate proper now. I look for the first speaker. We've got no hands raised at the moment. Councillor Milne, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just a small point of clarification, if I may, from the officer in respect of the conversion of the barn to an office, and we saw that the gable end had been glazed, and the narrative that we understand from your report and from the many of the objectors is that that the brick infill has been replaced by glass. However, comparing the photograph that you showed of the building as was and the way it is today, and looking both at the as existing and as proposed drawings, now I see that there are 3 vertical struts between the tie and the collar as now, but there were 4 as before, in spite of the fact that the as existing or as before drawing shows only 3. So so there is clearly something has got to be not quite right. My suspicion is that the photograph is telling the truth and the drawing is not. Well, it's just as an archaeologist, I tend to notice these things. And a little bit of clarification from you, Mr. Bailey, please.
You happy for me to respond? Yep.
Yes, please.
Yep, no worries. That was taken from that was a cross-sectional drawing taken from the design and access statement that was submitted with the application. Of course, you are right in thinking that you are being asked to consider what were the existing plans. So exactly the drawing that's on further down in that report, namely the existing and proposed elevation and floor plans. And of course, if there was a recommendation to approve the application, you would be conditioning those plans in respect of those below, and obviously not in accordance with what was that error in terms of the cross-sectional drawing in that regard. So I fully appreciate it's probably been a misunderstanding in there, and you're right to raise that point in that regard.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bailey. Did you want to continue, Councillor Mill?
Briefly then. So there has been a substantive change to the fabric of the building, which I would put into the 17th century rather than 1800s. And while I admit that it is a non-designated heritage asset, it is still an impact on the heritage character, which I need to consider. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mill. I move to Councillor Johnson, followed by Councillor Bowen, and then Councillor Selden.
Thank you, Chairman. At the last planning meeting, I'd made an offhand off-the-cuff remark about planning permission being sought after the event. What I was saying was that people often find it much easier to get forgiveness than permission. And we're looking at a similar case now. And I have the same feeling of unease, and for exactly the same reason that I had with the application at our last meeting. I'm concerned that a businessman, and good luck to him in his business, but it does seem odd that somebody in that position would make assumptions about planning permissions for things like roads, etc., simply on the basis that they were pushed at the time to make a decision. I'll reserve any further comment until I hear the rest of my colleagues, but at the moment I feel uneasy about this because it's another case, and I would not like to see this become a habit where people do what they choose to do first and then seek permission to justify it subsequently. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Point well made. Councillor Bowen, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I entirely support Councillor Johnson's remarks about retrospective planning applications. They are the bane of planners' lives, I believe, and can cause huge resentment right through the county. We have to deal with what we have to deal with now, though, so let's look at it. The building itself, I know that Councillor Milne has some slight reservations about it, or perhaps major reservations, as it's slightly changed. But nonetheless, it is, I think, quite a good use of a redundant farm building. And I think it is very important that we condition, if we do approve this, that proper light screening, whether they be curtains or blinds or whatever, are installed so that the blight of too much light on a quiet, dark valley should be as much reduced as possible. I think that's vital. And the same thing goes for sound as well, I think. And as far as the car parking goes, well, you can mitigate with things like Toast said, beech hedges, holly hedges and such. They will make some difference. But will it be enough difference to retain as far as possible the dark skies and the quiet enjoyment of people's lives in this particular area? Comments, please.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bowen. Do you wish to make any comment, Mr. Bailey, at this point in time?
I think it's just essentially, I would probably just point Councillor Bowen to the conditions that were recommended in terms of the fact of the landscape treatment. Firstly, in terms of a temporary treatment, in terms of that would be agreed as a condition. And then, of course, the permanent landscaping in terms of the hedgerow. Of course, it's up for members if they feel that it may overcome that issue to potentially support the application. If they don't feel it is up to your discussions in that regard. But I think that's all I would have to say at that point.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bailey. Councillor Selden, please.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. First of all, a question for Mr. Lewis, looking at the highway network around the area, and I think we were all, well, I know the area quite well, so I'm not taken aback by that turn into the lane that goes up to Crumplebury, but I remember the first time I ever took that turning was when I was trying to turn left coming from Bromyard. It was an interesting experience in a large Volvo. So I'm just wondering what highways considerations have been given to the increased use of Crumplebury in that area. Now, I also hear that Mr. Evans, the applicant, is looking to use the driveway up to Whitbourne Hall as an egress or exit road. Now, I'm just wondering how the residents of that road feel about that. But I'm also aware that in Whitbourne there are a number of other properties, and those of you with long memories will remember the debacle over the old rectory in Whitbourne some years ago, and that also has permissions to use for quite large numbers of people to use it. And I'm just wondering if there's ever been an accumulative impact assessment of highways issues in the Whitbourne area, given that we're now looking at another increase, possible increase in vehicle movements. So I'm just slightly nervous, and I, by the way, I share Councillor Johnson's view on retrospective applications. I think everybody else will probably share those views as well. But if Mr. Lewis could just give us an indication if there's ever been a cumulative impact assessment of traffic movements around that area. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Selden. Mr. Lewis, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the short answer to Councillor Selden's question is no, there hasn't. In this particular application, we identified some concerns about the car park and whether or not that would lead to an increase in vehicular trips to and from the facility, which wasn't resolved through the application process. So that led to our objection standing for this one because of exactly what Councillor Selden was mentioning, the safety issues with using the Norton Lane junction with the A44 at the site. So that was why we objected to this one, and it was really about the uncertainty around trip generation. Does that answer your question, Councillor Selden?
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. I think Councillor Selden's nodding. So I move to Councillor James, please.
Thank you, Chairman. We are where we are to a certain extent with this particular application, and there are two issues here. One is the building, and this is typical of many buildings we've got throughout the county, which are basically redundant buildings, and finding some appropriate use for them, albeit it's not a listed building, but it has some character and history to it. And I just think that, what's the alternative to doing something like this? Let it fall down, and we've got hundreds, if not thousands, of buildings like this that are no longer in sort of practical agricultural use, and we need to make sure that they are retained, to retain some of the character of our rural areas. So I don't see any alternatives other than to do what is being done here. The other is the car park. Now, I heard the officer say that it had been used for quite a number of years, existing use of car parking and the parking of agricultural machinery. So to a certain extent, we have an established use, we have a business in the area, and I think it would be unnecessarily prescriptive to decline the opportunity to provide the facilities in order to manage that particular business. And, in these times, we're desperate for businesses to survive, let alone flourish in the way we would like them to. So on balance, I support the officer's recommendation.
Okay, thank you, Councillor James. Is that a proposal for approval as propose?
Yes.
Have I a seconder for that, please? No seconder? Councillor Millmore?
Yes, I second that.
Okay, thank you. Now move across to Councillor Roan, please.
Thank you, Chair. A 40 space car park. Do we know if it was designed to be that size, or was it just ended up that size because that was the size of the piece of land that was then, hard standing? 22 employees, it is overkill if it wasn't just a naturally occurring piece of land. And there was something about, I think Councillor Shaw mentioned there was an offer of a minibus and other green modes of transport. I'm not too sure I sit on this one at the moment, but could we take up that offer of a minibus and the encouragement of green modes of transport? 24 hours ago, a couple of members of this committee and myself sat through a very long debate and scrutiny committee, and that was the reason of our conversations for the whole 8 hours of that meeting, and so it still sits in my head. One of the speakers made public speakers made a comment about bats in that building. I wonder where we would be and what our opinions would be if we were being presented with a building as was before the conversion, and there was an ecologist report saying that there was bat activity. It makes you think. I will say though that with somebody that runs an enterprise Green Cow Kitchens, a restaurant, and all the rules and regulations around licensing and environmental health and planning, I am surprised that there is such a history of retrospective applications, and that says only one thing to me about habits, I'm afraid. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Roan. Councillor Fagan, please.
Yeah, I just want to voice how difficult I find this application, because while I understand that businesses are struggling at the moment and we want to support our rural businesses, I have people sitting in my ward who have had to put in, who have had to do 2 or 3 bat surveys because of the delay that it's taken to actually get applications through. And I just think it's grossly unfair that a business can go and convert a barn without planning permission, ignoring issues like bat surveys. That if every business went and put in a drive and a car park without planning permission, we'd be in a real problem. So I think that I find it really grossly negligent that a business could actually behave in this way, and then come, now we're faced with having to make a decision. But so my one question is, what would happen if we actually refused this application? And the second question is, what I find difficult is the fact that, I mean, the barn looks very nice, fine, but actually it's not just the barn, we're talking about the drive. And what about the noise issue from the 2 cattle grids on the drive? Is there anything that can be done to mitigate that? So 2 questions: what happens if we refuse this application, and also, is there any way of mitigating the noise from the cattle grids on the drive?
Thank you, Councillor Fagan. Mr. Bailey or Mr. Banks would like to respond to those questions, please.
I'll take the lead, because I think it's probably best I respond to Councillor Rowan's question, because he had raised a couple of questions before in respect of the arena. Because I understand, as officers interpret it, it was previously an arena for the riding for the disabled, and that it was largely covering that area when I explained to you on the site visit last week that it was with that previous use. In terms of the active modes of travel, in terms of the minibus, as far as I understand on the original application, so it sort of has links with the next agenda item that you were linking, it was the understanding that there was going to be a minibus provided in that respect. Of course, it wasn't on that relative decision notice in terms of details in that regard. And again, we're being asked solely to consider the application before us in terms of, I'm afraid it is just the access road and the car park. But I said, in terms of the ecology, and I think they're moving on to the comments in terms of ecology, I think it's quite a valid point. We appreciate some applications. We do say if there is potential bat roosting, we often may say that another survey may be required prior to dissemination. I go back to the comments of the council's ecologist who hasn't raised that. Unfortunately, of course, he's got mapping records in terms of the protected species across the county, and he'd have that in his availability to make that comment on that regard. I think then going then to the point of Councillor Fagan of saying what would happen if we would refuse the application. Of course, the applicant has a right to appeal. Of course, if this application is decided to be refused, if an inspector finds otherwise, then he could either grant, or he or she could grant planning permission retrospective appeal. If it is dismissed on appeal, then we seek to go then down enforcement. We're in that regard. But I think perhaps if I defer to Mr. Lewis on the second point in terms of the drive and whether alternative measures could be considered, I think in terms of maybe the sort of access construction, etc., it might be best that he speaks on that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bailey. Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I think in terms of cattle grids and their use, if they're located on the private road or a private drive, then effectively they can be constructed however is deemed fit. So some type of noise mitigation might be delivered on there. In terms of alterations to the cattle grids within the existing highway, we'd need to have a little bit of a look into that in a bit more detail, because some of the construction details might conflict a bit with road humps regulations and some other legislation in the Highways Act. So we'd need to investigate that in more detail before we could inform the committee of the definitive answer on that, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lewis. I think those questions have been answered, so I move to Councillor Bowen for a second opportunity, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. That's very generous of you. Regarding cattle grids, who actually has control of these cattle grids? Is it in the applicant's control, or is it someone outside? I think that's very important. And I know from my own experience in my ward, the noise nuisance caused by cattle grids when they're not properly pinned down or they're not properly buffered by rubber underpinnings. And a lot can be done to quieten cattle grids. And I think the speed also is very important. The slower you go, the less noise you make. But it might take a little more work to make them acceptable, but it can be done. But it does depend on who's prepared to put in the money and the effort to make these so. And also, if we are going to give permission for this, I think the conditions must be enforceable and enforced, and must be very thorough indeed, so that we do try and make sure that the nuisance and problems are as much as possible entirely reduced or made not to be any more violent in people's eyes and ears than is well, properly acceptable. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Bowen. I think there's a question there with regards to the cattle grids then as to whether the applicant is in control of those. Perhaps Mr. Bailey would like to answer.
Thank you, Chairman. As far as I'm aware, it's within his blue line that his line of his ownership. And I would also sort of potentially point out to members in paragraph 6.15 of the officer's report, where I've stated that it only requires planning permission because the use of the barn would not fall under permitted development rights. So of course, occasionally we often don't get applications coming in that people actually create accesses onto unclassified roads that can sometimes be done under permitted development. So perhaps important to point out to members that this has only come before committee because the use of the barn as the office would not fall within the scope of permitted development on that front.
Okay, thank you. I'll ask a question then as to whether it is possible to include a condition with regards to some works on the cattle grids to make sure that they are more silent when traffic is passing through them.
Yep. Sorry. In terms of noise, I'm assuming in that regard, in terms of what sort of details would you be considering?
Well, I think Councillor Bowen made some really good suggestions there as to the ability to actually improve a cattle grid to make it less noisy. So I think that is quite a significant consideration that needs to be made. So I'm going to move across to Councillor Wilding now, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, well, I echo some of the things other people have said. Of course, I support the local business. Looks interesting. Why not? But I am disappointed, as before, about the not obtaining permission before the work was done. And at first, I was thinking to myself, could the applicant have just not realised? But having heard what other people say about a history of it, and also what somebody else said about running a business and probably knowing all the details about running restaurants and stuff, then it does appear to me that it's just been done thinking that permission could be given afterwards. But I think there's two bits really. There's the building and there's the car park. The building I don't have such a big problem with, but I am a little bit concerned about the size of the car park. And it's all about uncontrolled growth from my point of view. To me, it looks like there's growth going on that isn't controlled. And I know we have to look at this on its own without the next application, but I've got a feeling the next application is going to talk about a lot of growth as well. My suggestion would be that we defer this application until we see what's happening in the next application, because it looks like there's going to be a lot more growth, and then that car park is going to get used even more. That would be my feeling. Thanks.
Right, thank you. Councillor Selden, please.
Well, thank you, Chairman, for a second bite on this one. But if we are going to put conditions in about the maintenance and upgrading of cattle grids, then ongoing maintenance should also fall to the applicant. And that those of you who have ever dealt with cattle grids will know that they degrade over time. And I would hate to see that we suddenly end up in 4 or 5 years' time with complaints about noise coming from cattle grids that have been upgraded due to this application. So I would like a clause in that, if we are going to approve this, that there's a clause in there that says the ongoing maintenance of the cattle grids on that road fall to the applicant.
Okay, thank you. I've got no further hands raised. Councillor Johnson, please.
Thank you for letting me come back, Chairman. I was very interested to hear colleagues' comments, and having heard them, I now will not support this application. If the proposal is to accept it, even with conditions, I will vote against it. I think it is wrong that people should, I suspect and I worry that people are sitting there making a judgment, thinking, what's my best chance to ask for permission to do something? Will that be harder or easier than trying to get justification and approval after I've done it? And I worry that two consecutive meetings, we're looking at the same problem. And it does worry me that this could very easily become a habit, given all the other pressures that exist on us for planning at the moment. So I will most certainly vote against this application for those reasons and many others, not the least of which is the noise, the light pollution and everything else. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor James.
Thank you, Chairman. I think we're doing what we've done before and got ourselves into a bit of a hole here. Mrs. Thatcher introduced legislation some 30 odd years ago, which is still in force, I believe, that if one has a retrospective planning application and one states that one is prejudiced, the application is you have prejudiced by the fact it being retrospective, then you to take part and to vote makes the whole application null and void as far as the decision that is made. So I do think we need to be careful on this, because saying that one's going to vote against it because of its retrospective means that one shouldn't actually vote under the current law.
Okay, I think that's a point well made. I don't know whether Ms. Curzon would like to make a comment on that, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think the member, sorry, excuse me. I think the member has given an opinion on the planning application, and he's come to there's no inference before the meeting that he hasn't come to the meeting with an open mind. He's allowed to make his own conclusions on the matter, and I don't think at this stage it would be prejudiced if he is deciding the motion that we've got in play is to approve the application. If he's decided at this point that he doesn't want to vote for it, bearing in mind the officer report, then I don't think that would amount to prejudicial. I don't think it would prejudicial interest, and I don't think it would amount to making the application null and void. What I would say is, though, that he does need to bear in mind the rest of the debate and also the officer report, and maybe he could clarify his comments in that light.
Thank you, Ms. Curzon. I think that's clarified the position. Councillor Millmore, please.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I'd like to point out that one councillor was saying that we should wait for another application before we make a decision on this one. We shouldn't be comparing one application against another. And the other thing I'd like to say is that if you're going to refuse a planning application because you don't like a retrospective application, I can't see that I can agree with that just on that basis, and that we should really be thinking about the merits of this particular application, and not getting our noses out of joint just because it's a retrospective application. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that clarifies the position that Ms. Curzon made. So yeah, I think members really need to take note of that. With regards to Councillor Wilding, I should have come back to him and said that we've actually got a motion on the tabled already that we're going to be voting on. So his suggestion of a deferment is not valid just at this moment in time. I've got Councillor Johnson with his hand up and Councillor Wilding as well. I'm mindful that you've already had two opportunities, Councillor Johnson. I will allow you to come back in, but very briefly, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And I'm mindful of the comments made by my colleagues. I have objections to this application based on its merits. I said, and I repeat, I'm uncomfortable about the retrospective applications, but in this case, I have reservations about this case on its merits, and it's based on those that I will vote against it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Wilding, you've taken your hand down now. Is that you don't wish to speak? Okay, fine, thank you. I think that concludes the debate. Before I go back to Councillor Shaw, if officers would like to make any comments, please. So I'll turn to Mr. Banks initially, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I think Councillor Millmore somewhat stole my thunder a little bit and said precisely what I had intended to say initially. You must deal with this application on its own merits, and it's correct and right that you deal with this separately without sort of forethought of the application that is to follow. Clearly, the issues are to do with residential amenity as far as the car park is concerned, and members have talked about the effects on local residents and some additional conditions that they consider to be necessary to make the application acceptable. We can certainly take those on board, and should that form part of the recommendation to approve the application, then we can add additional conditions with regards to the cattle grid, certainly. As far as the barn is concerned, it's regrettable that it's a retrospective application, and regrettable that the ecological survey wasn't completed in advance of the works being undertaken. But as Mr. Bailey said, in responding to some of the comments, the council's ecologist hasn't objected to the application, and there is a condition regarding mitigation and enhancement of ecology. So in that respect, again, not really any grounds for us to refuse the application. Mr. Bailey's also sort of clarified about the nature of the application, and as far as the car park is concerned, and that's really being driven by the area that was available rather than any meaningful sort of need to demonstrate parking arrangements for 40 vehicles. I think Councillor Bowen made a point about the layout of the car park as well, and that's perhaps something else that members might like to consider by way of an additional condition. If that further mitigates the impact of the development, then we can look at the orientation of the parking spaces. Of course, there's an element of difficulty there, because that doesn't really account for whether people reverse or drive in a forward direction into a parking space. But that's perhaps another aspect that we could look at as far as the layout of the car parking area is concerned. But otherwise, again, a good rounded debate, and I'll leave it to members to deliberate and make their decision. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Banks. Ms. Curzon, was there anything that you wish to add at this stage?
No, Chair. No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think members need to be minded with regards to the recommendations throughout the debate with regards to additional conditions, and I think that it's been noted by officers, and those additional conditions should be included on any decision that's made. I'm going to move across then to Councillor Shaw to sum up before we go to the vote. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I much respect the views put forward by committee members and the wide-ranging discussion that they've undertaken. I'd ask, though, that if they are minded to approve, that they do add the 4 conditions that I put forward in my introductory remarks, namely a requirement to provide drapes to the fenestrated aspects of the building, a requirement to empty this car park no later than 1 hour after amplified music ceases to be allowed on the main site, together with parking vehicles facing away from the valley, so in leaving, headlights point away, to control delivery times as per the main car park, and to incorporate the cattle grid improvements to a specification to be approved by transportation, together with a maintenance responsibility for safe and quiet use in perpetuity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Right, we've got a proposal that's been tabled for approval as proposed, plus the additional conditions that have been highlighted by members and Councillor Shaw as well. The proposal was made by Councillor James and seconded by Councillor Millmore. Can I ask you if you're both content that the motion is actually put to members with those comments? I see I've got a hand up from Councillor Fagan. We don't normally bring members back in after the member has summed up, but I'll give you a couple of seconds if you've got a point of clarification that you need, Councillor Fagan.
Well, I just wondered if you were talking about conditions, if it's possible to remove any permitted development rights from the site around the conditions, that's all.
I will ask that question, put it back to Mr. Banks, whether that's a valid additional condition that can be put onto this application.
I think the question I'd ask, Chairman, is the relevance to the application that we're considering. I mean, as far as it goes, there's operational development that has taken place, and all of that requires planning permission. I'm struggling really to see how that relates to the application that's being considered in this instance.
Thank you, Mr. Banks. I don't know whether Ms. Curzon wants to add anything on that, please.
No, I don't have anything to add apart from endorsing the comments made by Mr. Banks. You've got to consider all material considerations that are relevant to the application. Any conditions imposed have to fulfil the tests in the MPPF.
Okay, thank you. Councillor James, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I personally can agree to the inclusion of those conditions. One additional matter is relating to the cattle grids, that it also includes that any cattle grids with the hedgehog ramps that are placed in there in those cattle grids, because we long forgotten about that the number of hedgehogs that have died by falling into cattle grids. So if that's added to it, I'm happy with the recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Milmore, are you content as well?
Yes, I'm content with that.
Thank you. And I think that's a valid comment about the hedgehogs, considering we just had the motion at full council. So I believe we've got 15 members that can vote on this application. Could I just confirm that with technical, please?
Yes, Chair, 15 members.
And is the voting system ready for? Okay, so we've got a motion in front of us that this application with the additional conditions is approved as per the recommendation. So we've got the poll on the screen now. You've got 30 seconds to make your vote for, against, or abstain, and then submit, please.
Okay, Chair, votes are in. 9 in favour to approve those recommendations, 4 against, and 2 abstentions.
Okay, fine. Thank you. That is carried then. That's approved. I'm going to call for a 15-minute break now because it's 1:30. It is lunchtime. We've got another application for Crumpleby straight after the adjournment, and then one at Langarren. My intention is when we come back after lunch that we will go straight through on the 3rd and the 4th applications without a break, unless one is necessary. Right, thank you. I'd like to welcome everybody back to the meeting following lunch adjournment. Can I please request that public speakers for agenda item 8, attending as virtual attendees, Mrs. Bromley and Mrs. Kershaw, are admitted to the meeting, please. Right, welcome back to you both. I will call upon you to speak following the officer's presentation as per the last application. I presume you can both hear okay? Yeah,
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I can hear you too. Right. Item 8 on the agenda, the third application in front of us today, 194408, Crumpleby Farm, Whitbourne, Worcester. Proposed removal of condition 4 and variation of condition 16 of the Planning Permission 163902. In brackets, demolition of 5 existing redundant agricultural buildings to facilitate the expansion of the existing restaurant and following events facilities: function suite, fine dining restaurant, lounge, conference space, and 16 accommodation suites. The officer dealing with this is Mr. Bailey, as per the previous 2 applications. Ward council for this application is Councillor Shaw, who is not a member of this committee, and although he opens and closes the debate, he doesn't get a vote on this application. So without further ado, I'll move across to Mr. Bailey to make his presentation, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Before beginning my presentation, I will refer members to the schedule of updates, and that these comprise the following. Firstly, a further representation made by a third party on behalf of residents on the 31st of October that was directly sent to members. Secondly, correspondence from the applicant to provide additional clarification on the uses of the site, and a legal opinion to confirm this application made as Section 73 is lawful in their view, and this was distributed to members on the 5th of November. Thirdly, I highlight members to an update from legal in respect of the Section 278 agreement, namely in respect of passing places, which has nearly been signed off. And fourthly, a further representation from the same third party on behalf of residents was sent to members directly yesterday afternoon with a separate legal opinion. I would remind members that this was after the noon deadline yesterday for the schedule of updates publication, as is standard procedure, but needless to say, I will refer one to this for the avoidance of doubt. This application refers to Crumplebury Farm, the same site in which the previous agenda item related to, albeit a distinctively separate application. Again, it is a moderately sized complex of modern buildings and associated host farmhouse located approximately 1.25 miles as the crow flies west of Whitbourne and 4.1 miles northeast of Bromyard. The Green Cow's Kitchen restaurant, which was granted planning permission in 2013, sits at the heart of the site, and associated buildings in conjunction with the enterprise surrounding the restaurant recently granted permission in 2017. And of course, again, the site is denoted by the red star. The next slide, please. Members will note the red line above, to which the application applies to, and below an aerial image of the area. The site is set within state farmland defined by predominantly agricultural grazing fields and woodland beyond the northern boundary, which leads up to Badleywood Common. Boundary treatments comprise of post and rail and wire fencing and hedgerow to the western boundary adjacent to the main car park. The landscape character of site and surrounding areas is that of wooded estatelands with large discrete blocks of woodland, mixed farming land use, hedgerows as field boundaries, and large country houses set in parkland, redefining the settlement pattern hereabouts. Next slide, please. In 2017, planning permission was granted, as you had just heard from the chairman, under reference 163902, with the following proposal description, which I will read again. Demolition of 5 number existing redundant agricultural buildings to facilitate the expansion of the existing restaurant and following events facilities: function suite, fine dining restaurant and lounge, conference space, and 16 accommodation suites. As you'll see on screen, the development is now complete. A number of conditions are currently still being discharged. However, in the view of officers, none of these run to the heart of the permission or are pre-commencement conditions. As stated previously, this application is a Section 73 application to propose the removal or vary 2 conditions on the decision notice from the 2017 Planning Permission, namely the removal of Condition 4 and the variation of Condition 16. For avoidance of doubt, Condition 4 currently states the following: the premises should be used for restaurant, guest accommodation, and a conference centre, and for no other purpose, including any other purpose in classes A3, C1, and D1 of the schedule to the Town and Country Planning Use Classes Order of 1987, in any provision equivalent to that class in any statutory instrument revoking and reenacting that order with or without modification. Condition 16 currently states the following from the 2017 permission: no amplified or other music shall be played in the premises outside of the following times: 12 noon till 2300 hours. Condition 16 is proposed to be varied to read as follows: no amplified music should be played in the premises outside of the following times: 12 noon until 0000 or midnight. Members will acknowledge the principle of development has already been established through the granting of planning permission. Officers are of the view that permission is lawfully implemented and that the focus is solely on what is before members, i.e. the proposed removal of condition 4 and the proposed variation of condition 16. The principle of development is not to be revisited. Being a Section 73 application, whilst not anticipated to open 365 days a year, there are currently no restrictions to limit the daily use of site, which provides context into a point made in the report that even if members come to a resolution of refusing this application, the applicant can continue to operate as a restaurant, conference centre and guest accommodation with the associated implications. Council's consideration of the application is of course therefore limited to those conditions which the original permission was granted and consideration of any different conditions if applicable and more suitable. The application site area is the same as set out in the original application, and this does not necessarily require plans to be submitted, including that of a location plan, unless alterations to design were proposed. It's important to state that conditions imposed on a decision notice do not preclude further development or subsequent applications being submitted. Consideration must be given as to whether the reasons for imposing such conditions are still applicable, or whether different conditions could now be imposed by way of appropriate alternative mitigation. Of course, if neither are viewed to be acceptable, the application should be refused. The NPPF advises use of planning conditions and where they should be implemented, and this is supplemented through planning practice guidance, which includes a section on the use of planning conditions, which is set out in the officer report. In effect, the use of planning conditions should be used when they satisfy the following 6 tests: necessary, relevant to planning and to the development to be permitted, enforceable, precise, and reasonable in all other aspects. And this is reinforced through paragraph 005, which states that any proposed condition that fails to meet any of the 6 tests should not be used. PPG advises there are circumstances where conditions should not be used and includes any condition which may unreasonably impact on the deliverability of a development. For avoidance of doubt, the council granted permission for a function suite, a fine dining restaurant, lounge, conference space and accommodation. Members will note that condition 4 is currently worded in a way which only allows use for the site as solely a restaurant, guest accommodation and conference centre. In the view of officers, this can be considered to unreasonably impact on the full deliverability of the development, particularly if an applicant has applied for such development where the council has granted plan permission for that development, but cannot be formally brought into use. This establishes tension and calls into question whether condition 4 can fully deliver the development approved in 2017. Officers consider condition 4 not to meet the 6 tests identified under the use of conditions under PPG. The function suite and its associated events cannot be implemented, notwithstanding the fact that the proposal description confirms planning permission has been granted for this. Of course, it's important to review the context of the relevant material planning considerations before reviewing in the balance as to whether the proposed Section 73 application is suitable and whether revised conditions can mitigate material considerations. The next slide, please. In relation to highways, for reference, permission was granted on the understanding that the site was to operate a highways arrangement of a one-direction use in and out of the junction for visitors from the east via the A44 or west by the B4203 along Norton Lane / Parish Road, which is identified by the blue road on screen and is an unclassified public highway, which for the avoidance of doubt is the U65018 with gated access at the A44 junction in third-party ownership. The importance of promoting 2 separate routes to and from site in route signage on the ground, verbal confirmation of booking, and continued publication on publicised media is important. Unfortunately, a condition to ensure access to site could only be served off the B4203 would be difficult to enforce, and that the only way this could be done is for directions to be provided on the applicant's website and signs to be put up. The next slide, please. Whilst highways were comfortable on the original application with the applicant's transport statement regarding 100 covers per week, they felt a suitable condition must be placed on this usage and additional events, although this was not apparent on the issued decision notice. Members will note the highway area engineer objects on grounds that the site would be unconstrained and could result in additional vehicle movements, increasing the use of the junction both with the A44, which is currently on screen, and the B4203. Materially, there may well be a greater use of site. However, what must be acknowledged is the lawful use of the site. The lawful use of the site includes that of the restaurant, guest accommodation, and conference centre. Additionally, temporary use of the land for any purpose for up to 28 days per calendar year can also be undertaken. Again, even if members come to a resolution refusing the application, the applicant can continue operation of the site as a restaurant, conference centre, and guest accommodation. Of course, whilst clearly one may not anticipate a site to be open 365 days a year, in the context of the point being made, there are no restrictions to limit the daily use of the site. And subsequently, those associated issues raised by the third parties, including loss of tranquility and light pollution, will remain. as discussed later. Officers consider that significant weighting should be afforded to this fallback position. The next slide, please. On screen now, you'll see the A44 access looking west, which heads towards the Wheatsheaf where we convened on our site visit last Tuesday, and to the right looking back towards the Brinksley Bends. In the view of officers, regard must also be given to the nature of events which can take place as permitted and might take place. Whilst weddings might attract higher numbers of guests than, say, a business conference, the likelihood is guests at a wedding are more likely to share transport. For example, assuming 200 guests does not automatically translate to 100 vehicles all arriving and departing at the same time. By comparison, with a conference centre use which the applicant can do lawfully within the parameters of his current permission, individuals may well arrive in separate cars and leave in separate cars at the same time. In the context of highway safety, officers take a different view to that of the local highway authority officer. The use of the site is unconstrained in terms of the number of guests and able to attend an event at any one time, but rather the type of event is currently constrained. Highway's concern appears to be around the number of guests allowed to each event. There is no limit set out in the original permission. However, capacity is probably realistically limited due to health and safety. The venue is entirely self-contained. Indeed, only one type of event will be taking place at Crumplebury at any one time. Accordingly, associated vehicular movements are therefore going to be similarly in line with what is taking place. The highway impacts of the site being used for weddings as opposed to conferences are being overstated. The next slide, please. On site now, to the left, you'll see the gated access at the A44 junction, and to the right, a visual perspective taken along Norton Lane, travelling towards Crumplebury from the east, i.e. the A44 access. Crumplebury is identified by the arrow on the left, and members will note the Grade 2 star listed Whitbourne Hall to the right. Officers feel the opportunity to redress the matter can be done by way of granting permission in line with the description of development that was originally applied for. This does, in the view of officers, include the use of the site as a wedding venue, including holding of ceremonies. Officers therefore propose a new condition, this being condition 25 of the officer's recommendation, limiting use of the site of what was originally applied for, that being the function suite, the restaurant, accommodation suite, and conference centre. It would mean the site can only operate in line in terms of the proposal description and achieve the full deliverability of the development. In the view of officers, the proposal would not amount to being unacceptable in highway terms, as outlined by the MPPF at paragraph 109 and policies MT1 and RA6 of the Council's core strategy. Next slide, please. On screen now, you'll see the main Crumplebury access looking at the visibility onto Norton Lane, looking left, which takes you back to the A44 junction, which you've just seen on the previous slides, and on the right, which would take you back to the B4203 junction, which I'll show later on in the presentation. The next slide, please. The photograph in the top left is the main entrance to Crumplebury. The photograph in the top right is taken from the main approach to the car park, and members will note the bottom two paragraphs which you passed on your site visit last Tuesday before reconvening in the other car park. The next slide, please. The top two photos are taken from the northern end of the main car park looking eastwards. The bottom left photo is just taken behind the hedgerow that can be seen at the top, which looks towards the conference centre building and original restaurant. And the bottom right is the accommodation suites building. The next slide, please. In terms of residential amenity, the spatial layout and site and locale is important to consider, particularly that of nearby receptors. Crumplebury is circa 100 metres from the Helps and 415 metres as the crow flies from Whitbourne Hall. The closest activity on site is that of the biomass boilers, circa 30 metres from the curtilage of the neighbouring properties at the Helps. Indeed, the effect of the proposed removal of condition 4 and variation of condition 16 is assessed against residential amenity of dwellings as a whole and not in relation to specific elements of any nearby residential property. Condition 16 currently restricts times to which amplified or other music may be played inside the premises. Indeed, condition 16 was originally proposed in the interests of residential amenity. Of course, members will note that the Council's licensing authority are responsible for ensuring activities do not cause a statutory nuisance. There is, of course, a distinct difference between amenity and nuisance, and this is something which interested parties have commented upon. The Council's Environmental Department has powers to investigate and take action against alleged statutory nuisances. The principal matters of residential amenity have already been considered under the original planning application, and the threshold is key in this instance between what is defined as a nuisance and what impinges on residential amenity. The use of suitable planning conditions to secure control over areas where noise-producing activities take place and the implications this has may be of long-term benefit. Members would acknowledge the applicant can currently play amplified music until 11 p.m. And indeed, the applicant does not seek to extend the hours in line with what they have with their license, instead to extend by 1 hour to 12 o'clock midnight. The assessment therefore to consider is what additional harm of extending the playing of amplified music by 1 hour would have on amenity, including oral and visual. The noise management plan, which has previously been approved by Herefordshire Council, will be reviewed as recommended by the Council's Environmental Health Officer should this application be approved, to provide additional mitigation for nearby residential receptors. A new time restricted condition is proposed to be added to facilitate this, to get this resolved. As part of this, you will note in the top left photo, which is to be understood as a main socialising point for events, is slightly sunken into the ground compared to the rest of the site in order to try and mitigate sound. To the top right, you'll see the main entrance to Crumplebury. To the bottom left, you'll see is taken from the south, looking towards the Great Hall, which members viewed last Tuesday. And the bottom right is taken from the northeast of site, where we stood for the majority of our site visit. The next slide, please. Thank you. In assessing impacts of development on nearby residential properties and land uses, it is reasonable to consider what suitably drafted planning conditions to secure control over the areas where noise-producing activities take place, including the updated noise management plan, which will provide appropriate mitigation. This includes the use of an acoustic curtain, which has already been installed by the applicant earlier this year, and which you can see on the bottom right photograph, which compared to the top left is what it looked like previously, and which looks towards Batleywood Common. As expressed repeatedly, under the terms of the original permission, the applicant does not have to install the acoustic curtain. It's relevant that the use of the site itself has generated levels of oral amenity in relation to operation and associated vehicle movements. Officers, however, view that the conditions specified and recommended in a consultation response by Environmental Health on the 11th of March 2020 meet the 6 tests set out in PPG and can be implemented with regard to this proposal, namely to update the site's noise management plan, as well as the prohibiting of fireworks and Chinese lanterns. The retractable acoustic curtain can also address concerns raised about the amount of associated internal noise impact and additionally light impacts in respect of light pollution. This is particularly important at the north elevation, which looks towards Batleywood Common. The next slide, please. The mitigation proposed is now a considerable step forward from what was originally consented in the granting of planning permission in 2017. That, in terms of residential amenity, weighs significantly in favour of the development. Officers have also considered the combination of factors, including the implementation of the acoustic curtain in an attempt to mitigate the issues of light pollution, the considerable appropriate separation distance between the site and nearby residential properties, given the lack of standards to reference against within the development plan, and additional restrictive conditions is sufficient in officer's opinion for the development to not result in additional harm to residential amenity, nor the amenity of uses of the adjoining public right-of-way. Further, it is presumed that the site would continue to operate efficiently and as designed in line with paragraph 180 of the NPPF when permission was originally granted, as well as policies SD1, RA6 of the core strategy, and policy LU9 of the Whitbourne NDP. On screen now, you'll see this is taken, the left photo is taken from the east of the site, looking westwards towards the main buildings. And you'll recognise the site photo on the right, which was taken on the previous application. And this is taken from, again, from the northeast of site, looking southwest, noting the glazed extensive north elevation. The next slide, please. Members will note there are no technical objections, from a heritage, ecological or landscape perspective. Third-party representations have raised matters concerning alleged breaches of condition and other issues at this site. Members should be made aware that these aspects are continuing to be dealt with through enforcement. For reference, the top 2 photos are taken from the south, looking north, and the bottom 2 photos taken from the southeast, equidistant between Crumplebury and Whitbourne Hall, where public right-of-way WH16 intersects. The next slide, please. On screen now is the visibility for the B4203 junction, which is predominantly used by vehicular traffic coming from the west of site, including Bromyard and Herefordshire. And the next slide, please. This is a photograph taken from the Whitbourne Tedstone Delamere Road, adjacent to Red Hill, and of course Crumplebury is identified by the red arrow, and this offers a long distance perspective. The next slide, please. This is a photo submitted by a third party taken in November 2019, and members will have seen this in the schedule of updates. And this is to give our members an idea of understanding of the site as it was operating at night in 2019. The next slide, please. The NPPF states the purpose of the planning system is to contribute to sustainable development. Achieving sustainable development means the planning system has three overarching objectives: economic, social, and environmental, which are interdependent. The NPPF seeks to promote strong rural economies through the sustainable growth and expansion of businesses in rural areas and development and diversification of agricultural and other land-based rural businesses. Officers are of course aware of paragraph 180, indicating decisions should ensure new development is appropriate for location, taking into account the likely effects and also cumulative effects of pollution on health and living conditions. In this case, the additional conditions recommended by officers, measures, and the mitigation now put forward goes well beyond the extent of the original permission. On this basis of the evidence before officers, the scheme would not adversely affect the living conditions of nearby residents, particularly in oral and visual terms. It's appreciated there is a highways objection, particularly given the access onto the A44, albeit this is a public highway. However, the lawful use of the site is a material consideration, and the use of Crumblebury as a restaurant, guest accommodation and conference centre can still operate 365 days a year, regardless of resolution. There are no restrictions, again, on the daily use of the site. Norton Lane is also an unclassified public highway and not a private road. It's accepted the gate at the junction to the A44 is across the adopted public highway, but positioned on land outside of the control of the applicant, which is common knowledge. Notwithstanding this, planning permission was granted in 2017 without any formal control over the future removal of the gate, which the Highway Authority were aware of. And given the extant permission, your officers are of the view that it would be unreasonable to withhold planning permission on highway safety grounds. It is therefore recommended condition 4 be removed entirely, and condition 16 varied to extend the hours amplified music may be played within the venue to midnight. In addition to this, as advised by officers and technical consultees, a number of additional conditions are recommended to ensure an appropriate form of development, namely a new condition which allows use of Crumblebury solely in line with what was applied for and should have been approved in 2017. For avoidance of doubt, officer recommendation is laid out in accordance with the full decision notice, as this is a section 73 application. It is therefore appropriate to issue a decision notice with the conditions in full, rather than simply identify those conditions which have been applied for. This also includes details under discharge of condition applications which Council has already approved prior to considering of this application, in conjunction with recommended conditions by technical consultees and officers to achieve an appropriate form of development. And in closing, given condition 4 is recommended to be removed, conditions 5 onwards would therefore move up one, as shown in the recommendation. And subsequently, condition 16, which is under consideration to be varied, will now appear as condition 15, as laid out on the recommendation. And thus, the application is recommended to members for approval. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Very thorough presentation. Thank you. Been a full day for you. 3 applications on one planning committee. Right, I now move across to the 3 speakers that we have this afternoon on this application. I've already welcomed Mrs. Bromley speaking on behalf of Whitbourne Parish Council, and Mrs. Kershaw, a local resident, speaking in objection to the application. We also have an audio submission from Mr. Greenaway, the applicant's agent. So firstly, I'd like to invite Mrs. Bromley to speak first. You have 3 minutes in which to make your comments, starting in your own time. Thank you, Mrs. Bromley.
Thank you. Are conditions 4 and 16 reasonable and necessary? It's lawful for a condition to be imposed to enable an otherwise unacceptable development to obtain permission. Yet the planning officer's report suggests that the function suite cannot be used for conferences due to the condition. Of course it can. Condition 4 does not impact the deliverability of the development. The 2017 application made no mention of weddings, and removal of condition 4 would result in weddings and their related vehicle activity. Already 40 weddings are planned for next year. Highways have objected due to the additional traffic this will create. Up to 250 guests per wedding will increase the dangers of the A44 junction. The applicant assured no detrimental impact on residential amenity, yet publicly stated that the main hall acts as a giant speaker, so the original conditions are not clearly necessary. Also, the acoustic curtain only covers a small proportion of the hall, has not been tested to the council's required standards, and will have no impact on the noise created by up to 100 partygoers the applicant has said could be outside on the terrace. The hall has no air conditioning and no opening windows, So the fire doors have already been opened on at least one occasion, allowing partygoers to spill outside. And this was in a cold November. Numerous vehicles would access the site along a narrow single lane with a gate and obscuring hedge at the junction of the A44. This could lead to serious accidents. The applicant had assured that said gate and hedge would be removed, but the land is not in his ownership and the landowner is not prepared to allow these works. Highways objected to the original 2017 application and twice since on the basis that any significant increase in traffic is dangerous. In a peaceful valley, a haven for wildlife and dark skies, the increased light and noise pollution is dramatic. The applicant argues no difference between restaurant, conference facility or a wedding large party venue. There is clearly a significant potential difference in amenity impact for noise and timings. Removal of conditions will have a detrimental effect on established local businesses who rely on the tranquil beauty of the valley to attract customers, will cause a beautiful and historic landscape to be ruined and may contribute to serious road traffic accidents. Conditions are necessary and reasonable, particularly where there is evidence that the planning regime has been ignored and the applicant has applied his own standards as to what is appropriate and reasonable. The PC have never objected to the facility. Crumbleby Limited was and is free to operate in accordance with condition 4. The applicant did not object to this condition for over 2 years. In relation to condition 16, he adopted the 11 p.m. cut-off time for live music in his noise management plan. There is no reason why the business should not be able to continue if these conditions remain. We ask that you refuse this application, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Bromley. I now move across to Mrs. Kershaw to speak in opposition. You have 3 minutes to make your points. Thank you, Mrs. Kershaw.
Thank you. Councillors, I am here to represent a community of hard-working Herefordshire residents who have watched in horror as an initially modest proposal for 12 events per annum has evolved into an intensification of use such that 40 weddings are already booked for 2021, with heavy marketing ongoing, and weddings are easy to market and numerous. If weddings had been mentioned in 2017, planning officers would have viewed the application and any objections in this light. We would potentially not be here now. If weddings were needed for the venue's survival now, a professional business plan should have taken this into account when undertaking financial obligations. This is a matter of commercial best practice, not planning. We have listened in shock as the music at the first wedding and Christmas parties invaded our houses, even with windows closed, even with televisions on, even on a winter night. How will an acoustic curtain work to keep music in when the walls and roof are inadequate and guests move in and out to keep cool? How can a curtain muffle the noise of 200 guests spilling outside? We have lived this. Our area is one of hard-working people and children who need to sleep. The music cut-off time, condition 16, cannot mission creep forwards as the use of the venue has. We have watched in bemusement as the planning officer's report accepted noise tests that did not measure external guest disturbance, but rejected the 2 objections of the highways officer, who described the removal of condition 4 as having an unacceptable impact on highway safety. For over a century, the courts have stressed the importance of foreseeability. The advice of its own qualified officers has alerted the council to the clear highways danger, but the planning officer has chosen to override this principle and expose the council to a potential expensive action for negligence. We have taken specialist legal counsel, which you have seen. In council's view, the planning officer's report is seriously misleading on 2 important points of law, points that form the basis of planners' dangerous rejection of the highways advice. We have watched in anger as the residential amenity of residents and income from non-competing businesses that are the backbone of our local tourist economy have been set aside to accommodate a development that's being used for a purpose planners in 2017 had specifically tried to protect us against with condition 4. Councillors, please help us to protect our beautiful area. The need for this has not changed since 2017.
Thank you, Mrs. Kershaw. Can I now request that the audio submission by Mr. Greenaway, the applicant's agent, is played? Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Firstly, we would like to thank officers for their work on this application, resulting in a recommendation for approval. The application seeks to vary a planning condition because it fails to meet the 6 tests of reasonableness. The application is not seeking to change the use of Crumplebury. A change of use is not required. Planning permission was granted for the expansion of the restaurant and events facilities, including function suite, fine dining restaurant, conference space and 16 units of accommodation. If members are in any doubt, the dictionary definition of a function suite is a room or suite of rooms, typically in a hotel, pub or similar public building, used for hosting social events, meetings and ceremonies. The original application was correctly approved because it is a form of development at the heart of a key strategic intention of your local plan, to encourage economic development in rural areas with a particular focus on farm diversification, food and drink production and tourism. To place unnecessary and damaging limitations on a business that achieves significant benefits to the local economy is entirely at odds with the intention of the core strategy, particularly in such uncertain times when flexibility is essential for a business of this nature to succeed. The applicants have gone to great lengths to ensure that there would be no unacceptable impact on residential amenity. An acoustic curtain has been installed and its effectiveness has been confirmed by an acoustic consultant and the Council's own Environmental Health Department. The most compelling evidence that it works is that a wedding was held in February and not one single complaint was made. Members, I would urge you not to be misled by the small number of objectors who have attempted to hijack this application as an opportunity to revisit the original permission. Permission for the events facility has been granted and it has lawful use as such. To host a business event is not materially different to any other event. Conferences often last all day and are followed by a substantial meal at which there can be music and dancing. A wedding reception typically lasts several hours and involve a substantial meal, music and dancing. The character of the use and the impact on highways, noise and local amenity would be no different. There is no restriction on the number of business events that can presently be held, and the size and capacity of the venue would not change. There is no justification for the condition because there is no difference material to land use planning between a conference, a wedding reception or another event. The condition is not necessary or relevant to planning. It therefore fails 2 of the 6 tests. Members will be aware that we have sought opinion from Council who agree with our position. As confirmed by your officers, this application should be approved.
Okay, thank you for that. Can I now request that Mrs. Bromley and Mrs. Kershaw leave the meeting by being put back in the waiting room? I'd like to remind them that they can watch the live stream of this meeting on the Council YouTube channel. And I'd like to thank you both very much for your contribution today and wish you a good day. Thank you. Right, I now move across to Ward Councillor, Councillor Shaw, local member for this item. He speaks first, then he has the right to end the debate, but he will not get a vote. So in your own time, please, Councillor Shaw.
Thank you, Chair, and I thank Mr. Bailey for his presentation. Members, this application comes before you because it has caused significant concern and comment amongst residents whose properties are opposite in the valley to the site and at Whitbourne Hall, which has multiple residents, and whose concerns have been shared by residents of the wider Whitbourne parish and the parish council. I'm afraid with an officer report of some 50 pages, I must speak to you for some time to adequately address all the points. The development that some of you saw in your visit is undeniably a high quality provision that was approved in 2017 through delegated authority after support from the parish council and few adverse comments from local residents to the content of the owner's then application, which pointedly did not mention weddings as a proposed use at all. I think that this was an important and significant omission. Its absence is underlined in the conditions under which the application was approved, namely condition 4, the subject of this application. The condition approves, as you've heard, a restaurant, guest accommodation, conference suite, and no other purpose, including any other purposes in Class A3, C1, D1 of the schedule to the C&C Planning Use Classes Order 1987. The condition was imposed to control specific uses of the land and premises in the interests of local amenity to comply with policy SD1. And I'd like you to hold that thought. From 6.26 in the planning officer's report, it suggested that the view of the applicant's agent, and we've heard from him, that there is no difference in planning terms between the use of an events facility for holding a conference, a private function, a party, or a wedding. It is for the committee to decide whether they agree with that assertion. I think I must have been attending the wrong kind of conferences all my life, either that or extremely dull weddings. I think there is a difference. And in my view is shared by the planning committee in the City of Westminster, when they considered a dual alternative use for lower ground floor at 1 Drummond Gate. Planning application registration 11-12470 full. Objectors were concerned that allowing the training and conference use would enable the facility to be used as a venue for parties, weddings, and other leisure and entertainment activities. The concerns of this nature were confirmed by some advertising, which indicated that the venue could be available for hire for such uses. It was considered by Westminster that this element of use could be effectively controlled by condition, and accordingly passed the condition, you may use the property we have approved for meetings, trainings, conferences. You must not use it for any other purposes, including any within Class D1. Reason, to protect neighbouring properties from noise nuisance. Very familiar. In 6.25, the officer asserts that the use of the function suite and its associated events cannot be implemented, notwithstanding that the proposal descriptor suggests that permission has been granted for this. This leads the officer to suggest that the 6 tests are not met in his paragraph 6.19 and that the condition should be removed. And I disagree with the officer on this point. I suggest the function suite has a use and that the previous definition provides authority for it to be used for the serving of meals as a restaurant or as a conference suite. So my contention is that the function room is capable of legal use as presently authorised. It remains irksome that the descriptive wedding venue was not requested in the original application at any time. Committee may feel that this was an oversight by the applicant, or they may consider that the omission was purposeful. Such a consideration is not material to the application. What I can comment on is the new facility has and continues to be marketed as a site for, and I quote, raucous wedding celebrations. It is not surprising that local residents are aghast at the liberties being taken with a site that they were content to be used for fine dining, conferences, and residential accommodation, all aspects that might have some impact on their amenity, but one, in the main, they thought to be less than harmful. The officer at 6.92 states that the Highways Authority were clearly aware of the A44 junction and the gate, and he says it is to be regretted that planning permission was granted without any formal control over the future removal of that gate. Possibly, planning and highways officers at the time had been persuaded by the content of the applicant's second highways report, dated June 2017, that the proposed expanded premises predicted to see a doubling in weekly average visitors to just 200. That only in exceptional circumstances would 160 number guest events be held, requiring 18 staff, but only 12 times a year. More tellingly, at 4.4.10 in the transport report, the applicant states, Herefordshire Highways identified a gate at the junction of the A44 and Parish Lane, which they requested to be removed. Although not under the control of the applicant, discussions have been had with the party responsible, and they have agreed to permanently remove the gate. The gate is no longer in place. If the applicant was stating that the gate had gone, then there remains little wonder that officers did not add a condition to the approval for its removal. I have to say the gate remains in place. I consider the statement in the applicant's highways report misleading at the very least. In relation to the noise and 6.89 of the officer's report, the EHO, the Environmental Health Officer, has given due regard to the theoretical exercise. It is perhaps to be regretted that COVID has presented any significant practical appreciation by residents of the effectiveness of the acoustic curtain in remedying the sound transmission from the building. The one wedding event referred to by the applicant's agent was, of course, held at the same time as on the same weekend as Storm George was hitting the country. And I suspect that that had a greater effect on the environment than the music. I underline that if the committee are minded to give the applicant permission to hold a number of weddings, then I plead that the permission be temporary, restricted to few in number, and only to every other Saturday during the summer months. The permission to be temporary so that the effectiveness of this provision, the noise provision, can be tested in practice and actual conditions. Any permitted rights that might allow marquees for 28 days should be removed. There's a gulf between environmental health noise nuisance and unacceptable loss of amenity. Is it not unreasonable for the authority to expect residents to be kept awake, listening to the bass beat of Hi-Ho Silver Lining late at night while they mull over the relevant thresholds of each piece of legislation and whether it is worth getting up to try and get a late night, early morning visit from an EHO visitor from Hereford, some 30 odd minutes away? Noise from buildings on site and from ancillary sources, especially car parks, cattle grids and bottle disposal, is a critical factor in galvanizing the uniformity and solidarity of opposition from residents. A wider study than that yet done on noise is required. It is appreciated that there is no standardized approach for assessing noise of this nature, which was noted by the assessor and our EHO. For that reason, practical experience must be undertaken before the committee can be provided with evidence that the loss of amenity is not significant. The planning officer's report at 6.98 states that the development has resulted in the production of at least 24 jobs. Councillors may want to see some evidence for this, as it is material to the planning balance. The original application suggested 18 staff 12 times a year, and the applicant's latest proposal is for 22 staff. No evidence was provided for either claim. The proposed additional events would result in an intensification of use of the site and increased noise and disturbance from guests outside the wedding venue, the venue building, and from additional comings and goings of guests and vehicles, including late at night and during the summer months when nearby residents may be expected to be able to keep their windows open. This would result in significant harm to the existing living conditions of neighbouring properties in this rural area, contrary to policy RA6 and SD1 of the core strategy, which effectively state that development proposals will be expected to ensure that residents living nearby are not unduly affected by noise or disturbance. National planning policy, the National Planning Policy Framework, which states that planning should always seek to secure a good standard of amenity for all existing and future occupants of land and buildings, and that planning decisions should aim to avoid noise from giving rise to significant adverse impacts on quality of life as a result of new development. And use as a wedding venue is a new development. For similar reasons, the extension of time for amplified noise should be refused. Now, I appreciate that, that members may not have had an opportunity to read and digest council advice, and unusually for this type for a planning application coming from you, we have council's advice from both parties, and with your indulgence, I'd like to just draw your attention to certain aspects brought out in that advice. From the council for the those objecting, I'd like to, a gentleman called Gary Grant. I'd like to just refer to a few paragraphs. Paragraph 10, planning statement makes reference to and relies on the absence of complaints from any nearby residents about adverse residential amenity impacts from Green Cow business established in 2013. The basis of the application is expressed as follows. Although the proposal will increase the capacity of the restaurant, this would be unlikely to result in any increase in noise, smell or light pollution. The proposed facilities will benefit from modern soundproofing and insulation to ensure that no noise would emanate from the site. 12, the imposition of condition 4 is for reasons set out in the reasons for the imposition of the condition. On the face of it, these are planning reasons which meet the relevant legal tests and the overlapping tests in the NPPG. Present application under section 73, as the Planning Office report before the members points out, if members consider that the conditions to which the original proposal was granted should not be changed, then the Planning Authority must review the application. 16, the Planning Officer report at 620 and 623 appears to now say that the condition 4 should never have been imposed as it unreasonably impacts on the deliverability of the development. This is a serious flawed analysis. 17, there's no suggestion that the restriction to prevent weddings was in any way considered to remove the benefit of what was being applied for within the original application or any supporting documents. It is clear that the application was not for a wedding venue, and this was reassuring to the local community at the time. 20, it can be seen that there is no proper basis on which it can be concluded that the original imposition of condition 4, and indeed condition 16, was anything other than lawful and in accordance with the tests in the NPPG, and it is misleading for the members to now be told that the condition in preventing wedding use unreasonably has precluded the delivery of the development. This is manifestly incorrect. In respect to the fallback position, 24, part of the reasoning is again seriously misleading the members. It's indicating that the amenity effects which would have troubled the wedding events from the property in breach of the planning conditions are likely to occur irrespective of the outcome of the present application. Put another way, such conditions will serve no planning purpose in light of what can and is likely to occur in any event. This is simply incorrect and is based on no evidence whatsoever. And 25, there is clearly, self-evidently, a considerable difference between the use of the property for a large or larger scale event and the use as a restaurant. Moreover, it is fanciful in the extreme to suggest that conference use is in any way likely to occur 365 days a year and is not supported by a shred of evidence. It is this and only this which is being said to be the equivalent to a wedding use in terms of character. However, there is no evidence this alleged fallback is anything other than purely theoretical. Indeed, the members will see and understand that it is the relative absence of such events which do meet the condition that is now partly being used to justifying use of the wider facilities for weddings. And just to pick up on the highways evidence, para 30, useful in context of highways evidence, note that the Planning Officer's report refers to the traffic assessment at 6.62, which assesses the transport terms a baseline of 12 larger events per annum. The decisive reason for not following this advice is again the misapprehension of the fallback position. The Planning Officer criticises the local highways authority for making judgments about vehicle movements likely to arise from weddings in comparison to conferences. These are judgments that the local highways authority are well placed to make. Moreover, the Planning Officer replicates the views of the applicant on the movements from conferences being preferable, which there appears to be no evidence either. Fundamentally, however, the error comes back to the it seems intensity of conferences for which there is no evidence. So in summary, from that council, the Planning Officer report before members seriously misleads members in two respects. First, is not correct that condition 4 has been imposed other than in accordance with the NPPG on the basis that it does not enable delivery of the development. Planning condition 4 is a lawful condition which meets the relevant legal tests and accords with the NPPG. The development was constructed in full knowledge of condition 4. Second, the advice in respect to the fallback position is seriously misleading for the reasons explained and forms a basis upon which the advice of the local highways authority, a statutory consultee, is not being followed. He suggests 33, the members are able to recognise this by refusing the application. And I will just refer to the counsel for the applicant, just quickly some paragraphs. He suggests in 3, this is Timothy Jones, that the development has been lawfully completed and opened at the beginning of the year. The operators always intended to host weddings and other events that could not be described as conferences. This was made clear during the application in discussion with Herefordshire Council, so the applicants were surprised by the condition. Events other than conferences have been held, and Herefordshire Council received complaints from local residents. Whether different events would result in a material change of use is a matter for planning judgment, but that planning judgment must be justifiable. This means that in order to say that a change would be material, there would have to be a significant difference between a conference on one hand and a proposed event. 12, there's no difference material to land planning use between a conference and a wedding reception. He does not consider there is. A condition preventing wedding receptions would not be necessary or relevant to planning. It would therefore fail 2 of the 6 tests, and the same applies to other events. And he gave 2 realistic options to the applicant. Wait for the council to determine the matter unless good reasons appear, appeal, or appeal for non-determination. I look forward to hearing your discussion on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. I'm now looking to go to members for the debate. I've got no hands raised currently. Councillor Mill.
Thank you, Chair. We're all rather stunned, aren't we, by the quality of evidence, certainly that as provided by Councillor Shaw, and yet I want to ask for a point of clarification in respect of the car parking, which we obviously discussed in the last application. We've heard that there are, or apparently are, some 40 weddings already booked or in prospect for the coming year, in addition, presumably, to the conferences. We've heard that there may be 200 or even 250 guests at each. We've heard from the officer what I regard as probably a pretty sort of bogus assumption that that those people turning up to weddings would share cars and those people turning up to conferences would go in their own. I think that's a pretty ropey one. But by whatever measure, we're expecting an awful lot of car use, and yet I don't see sufficient parking here to accommodate them all. I worry that the applicant who are faced with the difficulty of having to accommodate overspill parking car requirement would come back to us with another application which says, okay, so after 28, and is allowed up to 28 days under the Act to have a temporary car park, but beyond that, and if you've got 40 events, you're going to be over 28, we're going to have another application for another car park. And we're seeing this sort of incremental, sort of step-by-step approach to this development. So can I ask the officer if you just clarify for me what the car parking requirements are and a provision is on site?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mill. Mr. Bailey.
Thank you, Chairman. As I understand, the main car park is identified that you drove past on the site last Tuesday. I mean, it may be worth me deferring to Mr. Lewis in terms of the capacity maybe serving the site. As I said, you're only considering the application before you in terms of the red line, and hence why no plans needed to come before before members. I mean, it's of the, you need to sort of make the view, if you don't consider, do you consider the capacity of the car park to serve what the applicant is trying to do? I mean, it's probably best I do probably defer to Mr. Lewis in that regard. So.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lewis, can you comment, please?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. In terms of the capacity of the car park, we haven't raised any particular concerns with that, as far as I can tell, looking back through. And I think that the discussions we had around car parking was more about do you need these additional car parking, and will that lead to more trips? I think in terms of capacity of the car park, we felt that was okay. The other thing that is worth members being aware of is that our current design guide places a maximum number of car parking spaces in the parking standards section rather than a minimum. So in some cases such as this, it's probably over provision is probably better than under provision. Does that assist, Councillor Mill?
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mill?
Yes, thank you. That's sufficient for the moment. I may come back later, but let's continue with the debate. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bowen?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, there are two car parks, are there not? There's the little one, the 40 car one on the old riding arena, and a much bigger one for guests and such. Am I correct in that?
You are.
The 41 doesn't really affect this particular proposition, does it? I don't think. 28 days, which can be used for events. Now that is set in law, is it not? Can that be taken away? That was suggested that would be one thing that could be done if you were minded to do so. Is that true or not? I think we need some advice on that, please, from our lawyers. Thank you.
It was just that question, was it, Councillor Bowen?
Well, the questions of lack of evidence and the various, the contrast between a sober conference and a wild and raucous wedding is probably rather marked, I think. And can we legislate for either of those two things? We could have a very solemn wedding, I suppose, attended purely by Puritans of the Cromwellian persuasion. But I think that's probably unlikely in this day and age. But just a little bit more use for that, I think. Thank you.
Right, it is.
And also, sorry, Mr. Chairman, if I may just, what possibility is there of actually moderating, mitigating, or screening outside celebrations? And in the summer, no doubt they will be pouring out onto the terraces and having a wonderful time, understandably. But is that going to be breaching the quiet enjoyment of people's rights and quiet housing? Sorry, I seem to have disappeared.
No, you're still with us.
Good, I've not on my screen there.
Right. Right, there are a couple of questions there. I don't know whether Mr. Bailey would like to respond to those before I move on to the next speaker, please.
I think I'll respond to the latter point, and I think Ms. Gerson will pick up, I think, the point in respect of, in terms of the matter that Councillor Byrne was raising in terms of number of days, etc. But going back to the point in terms of activities spilling outside into external areas, as you would have seen on the photo in the presentation, there is a sunken area outside where the balcony is, where guests, as I understand from discussions with the applicant, is where majority of, in terms of when the event's taking place, they may congregate in that area. Of course, you have got the position of the noise management plan, and if members were minded to approve, we could also secure additional details in terms of potentially how to address that matter, in terms of trying to avoid members of the public spilling out into the external areas altogether, if that was possible.
Yeah, thank you. Ms. Curzon.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the permitted development rights allowed, they would be allowed 28 days under the permitted development rules to hold functions outside of what is currently permitted. So they do have that ability to do that at the moment. Obviously, with current restrictions, they probably wouldn't be able to hold any functions because there's currently limits on capacity, but under the permitted development rights, in normal operating times, they would have the ability to hold functions, including wedding receptions, for 28 days in any one calendar year.
Just correct me if I'm wrong, but I understood that that was for events that were taking place in the open air, but as soon as a building is involved, doesn't the 28-day rule disappear?
I'll just, if that's okay with you, Chairman, I'll just check the legislation and come back to you on that point.
Okay, thank you. While Ms. Curzon's checking that out, I'm going to move on to the next speaker, Councillor Wilding.
Thank you, Chair. So one of the questions is, what is the difference between a wedding and a business conference? Well, one is full of drunken, loud, aggressive, wild, raucous, sexually active individuals, and the other's a wedding. So I've performed at weddings and conferences, and I can tell you weddings are louder. I know the building is a thin metal building. I've never met an acoustic curtain that can stop your hi-ho silver lining music coming out when it wants to. Maybe music limiters could be used, but all that happens is the DJ goes home in disgust, comes back later and carries on all night. And then, as somebody else said, they'll be spilling out into the car park and there'll be all sorts of, leave it, Harry, it's not worth it, and all that sort of thing going on. So I just don't believe the stuff about conferences not being any louder than weddings. You could introduce a silent disco, which would keep the noise right down, and you could serve only non-alcoholic drinks. So they'd be my suggestions. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Wilding. Councillor Selden, please.
Thank you, Chair. I too have been going to the wrong conferences. Yeah, I'm really amused by some of the comments made there. I've already expressed my views on the highways arrangement around there, and I think what we have here is only going to amplify those issues. I think counsel for the applicant said at one point that there was discussions between Herefordshire Council and the applicant on the 2017 applications about that being used as a wedding venue. Is that true? And I'll come back if I've answered that one, if I may.
Thank you. I took it that those comments were with regards to the current application, but perhaps Mr. Bailey could just confirm that. Thank you.
I'll just clarify. Unfortunately, myself, I was not involved with the previous 2017 application. In fact, I wasn't actually employed by Herefordshire Council in the 2017 application. It was dealt with by a previous case officer. I understand from the verbal discussions that took place with the case officer and the applicant at the time that they were intending to become a wedding venue in that regard. And that's all I can really offer in terms of that comment, unfortunately. Because I said I wasn't dealt with the original application. I've only been involved with this application since this current application came live. So I think that's all I can really offer on that point.
Thanks, Mr. Bailey. I'm just wondering if Mr. Banks has any recollection of any discussions of that matter going on during the 2017 application.
Mr. Banks.
Like Mr. Bailey, I'd not had any prior involvement with this site up until this current application, so I can't honestly offer you anything either, I'm afraid, Councillor Selden.
Okay, thank you very much, officers. So there's nothing obviously in our records and the planning history that says these discussions have taken place. Which leads me then to think that policy RA6 says there has to be a good standard of amenity for the surrounding residents, and I agree with Councillor Wilding. Weddings are a completely different kettle of fish from a conference, and I say, given the having looked at across the valley and knowing some of the people that live around there, that the advent of a wedding venue in that situation would probably severely affect their amenity. For your information, members, that if you trawl around the internet for Crumpleberry Farm, you'll see that it's being heavily marketed. I mean, heavily marketed as a wedding venue. So I would suggest that perhaps the applicant is a bit previous in some of his marketing claims, because I'm going to propose that this application is refused on the grounds that it does not comply with RA6. Thank you, Chairman. You're muted, John.
I will second that, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. So we have that tabled then, refusal contrary to officer recommendation. Ms. Curzon, are you ready to come back on the matter of the 28 days? You need to unmute yourself, bottom left.
Sorry, I'm just having a bit of a computer problem. I've just tried to, my internet's frozen. So I've managed to use my mobile instead, and I've just had a quick look, and it would refer, and I've also looked at reviewed the officer report again, which does mention temporary uses, and it is only on land. It's not within the building as a unfortunately previous. Didn't mean to cause any confusion, but what I think the officer report is saying is that they are allowed for 28 days in any 1 year to actually hold events outside potentially, such as a wedding in a marquee, or reception in a marquee. I mean, obviously that would be subject to any licensing laws that they're that they could be breaching. So we would have that enforcement, but they are allowed to use their land for that purpose.
Yeah, you've confirmed what I thought. Thank you for that. Right, I'm going to move on to Councillor Foxton, please. Councillor Foxton, you're muted. I can't see you on the screen at the moment. Oh, I can now. Bottom left to unmute. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair. We're looking at a highly controversial application. Sound and light pollution are the biggest issues for neighbours. In order to reduce the noise emanating from the Grand Hall, an acoustic curtain was commissioned, installed and independently tested by a qualified acoustician in order to ensure the noise levels were brought within acceptable parameters. The vast acoustic curtain serves two purposes: noise reduction, and also makes a substantial contribution to reduce light emissions from the hall. Reference core strategy RA6, rural economy best practice guidance. All lighting installed should be compliant with the latest best practice guidance. Crumpleberry has a considerable economic impact on the locality, employment for local people, sourcing locally produced food. They can only accommodate a limited number of their guests, therefore many people will be taking up overnight accommodation locally. Hospitality businesses are struggling, operating on a low profit margin. The applicant needs to be able to cater for conferences and weddings to become a viable enterprise. Sustainability is a key word in planning applications and covers three areas: economy. The enterprise will generate local economic growth. Social, hosting conferences, weddings, etc. is most certainly social. Environmental, the location of Crumpleberry Farm is simply stunning. However, neighbours have a voice and concerns to share regarding rural tranquility. Thus said, peace and rural tranquility is sheer bliss, very much appreciated and hugely sought after. I can see and understand both sides of this application. We've got a conundrum. I was most fortunate to attend a friend's wedding this summer at a glorious countryside venue in Herefordshire. On reflection, I recall it was in fact a very noisy affair, even though we were restricted to 30 guests. And I must confess, as a wedding guest, I did not consider noise pollution. There's a considerable difference between a conference and a wedding reception. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Foxton. I move to Councillor Rowan, then Councillor James. I did have Councillor Polly Andrews on the list next, but I see your hand's gone down. So
you're still up, Chairman.
Not on here, it isn't, but I've got you on the list, so I will call you in due course. Councillor Rowan, please.
Yeah, I thank you, Chair. I do think there's a huge difference between a conference and a wedding. I mean, I've never ended up at a conference with a tie around my head singing the famous Hi Ho Silver Lining, as everyone's referring to. But I also want everyone to be really, really aware of, maybe we have seen the day for the next couple of years at least, that conferences may become a thing of the past post-COVID. There may be no more conferences. I mean, 24 of us at this meeting and we can't meet up. Are we looking then at cutting off a income supply completely for this business? That must be balanced against what is the absolute tranquility of that valley. We have to remember that when you're in a busy, if you live near a busy road, you don't hear cars, you just get used to that background. You live in the countryside where everything is silent. And believe me, in the middle of the night, midnight, and you're out in the middle of nowhere, you hear owls hoot. So when you do hear something banging out at 105 decibels, and I think it was Councillor Wilding that gave us the typical conversation that goes on outside a wedding venue, we must remember that, you know, a pin drop is noisy in comparison. So we are in a very, very difficult place. Councillor Shaw said, if we were minded to okay this, could we look at limiting the weddings at weekends? The most popular time is a weekend for a wedding. It's also extremely popular during the week because it costs a lot less, especially apparently during the month of August. I tapped into my search engine as I'm listening to this, the wedding venues in that area, and this comes up number one. And there are testimonials and there are links to dates and prices and all sorts. So it's pretty much, I'm going to describe it as jumping the gun. We have to think about the people that live there, because if we do give this the nod today, as per recommendation, if you live in that area now, you have got this for probably 75% of the weekends forever. This isn't going to be limited. If we were to put a time frame on it, they then couldn't do advanced bookings. You know, if we say, we'll give you 12 months, they can't plan for the subsequent 12 months, so they have to turn everything down. So if we do this, we are going to blight the quality of life and the sleep of everybody that lives in that area. When we were on the site meeting, I noticed, I think it was Councillor Selden and I that were pointing at the yurts or the glamping pods across the other side of the valley. There you are, you live in Birmingham or you live in London and you book to come to rural Herefordshire, Worcestershire border for a bit of R&R, you leave your devices at home, you take your latest bestseller with you, you don't need the internet, you're going to have tranquility. And there it is, the venue across the other side of the valley, starting at 7 o'clock, the disco, all the way through till after 1 in the morning or whatever it is, followed by that famous lines of he's not worth it. Good gracious, the place won't be booked. Now I do understand that the value that a wedding can bring to the area, and I think that one of the answers about the issue of getting in and out, you'll end up with minibuses and coaches. There won't be so much cars because, of course, you can't drink and drive. But do you know, I'm going to have to vote against this against officer recommendation. I think that maybe if we were to go with it, it would be detrimental to the whole area and the way people live. But I really, really have got this worry in my heart that it could put the financial pressures on this venue to the point of making it almost invalid until such time as we get into post-COVID. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Rowan. I've got Councillor James next, and then Councillor Polly Andrews.
Thank you, Chair. I live between two such venues, two rather large venues, probably closer than most of the people that are objecting to this. And I've had an occasional problem, but not great. We have to realize that, you know, we're going to be desperate for employment in the next 12 months, 2 years in the hospitality business. And this does give some benefit to those people in bed and breakfasts, in catering, and the employees that actually take place. I've got, in one direction, I've got Leamore Manor, and the other direction, I've got Witney Court, who hold large wedding events. And I rarely if ever have any problem with them or hear of anyone objecting to them. And they're, in some respects, closer to more population than this particular venue. I do caution against it. I'm afraid that some members have never been to conferences. I've had more raucous events at conferences than ever at weddings. I do caution against this, which could be closing down a viable business if we refuse this. So I cannot support refusal.
Thank you, Councillor James. Councillor Polly Andrews, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I must say I've missed out on all these raucous conferences in the many I've been to. Something to look forward to, perhaps, in the future. But weddings are a different kettle of fish, as many of my previous speakers have said. And I have some anxieties that if we do refuse this application, will the business survive? And there's obviously been considerable investment in the facilities there, which looked on the site visit to be very high quality indeed. But we do have to think of local people who live there all the year round. The other thing that worries me is actually the access. Councillor Road mentioned the coaches coming. I hate to think of coaches along that very narrow road and that particularly dangerous turn onto the A44. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Andrews. Councillor Stone, then followed by Councillor Milne.
Thank you, Chairman. Like other members, I do support businesses in the countryside, and we need to encourage them, particularly in the current climate. And I'm sure that this venue will benefit pubs, B&Bs in the whole Bromyard area, and shops too, which is all to the good. But on the other side of the coin, as people have said, life may become intolerable for many local residents, many of whom have lived in that valley for a long time. 40 weddings a year, and it seems far too many to me, will affect their amenity, whatever conditions are imposed. And rather like Councillor Andrews, I'm concerned about the access onto the A44. I think it's an absolute nightmare there. The thought of coaches or minibuses turning there, and carloads or minibus loads of jolly wedding guests on narrow roads around that area late at night can't be controlled. I want everyone to enjoy life post the lockdowns, but not at other people's expense. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Stone. Now I've got 5 more speakers registered at the moment, 3 of which have already spoken once. I'm mindful of the time, and we've got another application to go yet. So I would like members to keep their comments as succinct as they can, please. Councillor Milne.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to reflect upon NPPF paragraph 180, which places upon us a responsibility to consider the effects, especially the cumulative effects of events such as this on the environment. And it's a particularly sensitive environment. The landscape here is valued for its tranquility. I should also mention that the borrowed landscape in other words, the views from the site, at least to the west, southwest and northwest, are all across the National Trust's Bockhampton estate. And the National Trust holds its land in perpetuity by Act of Parliament. It's a particular instrument that was enacted to enable it to reserve in perpetuity for everyone's enjoyment. And visitors to the woods at Bockhampton go there to enjoy the tranquility of it, and indeed the people who live as tenants or rent cottages on the estate do exactly that. And I give considerable weight, therefore, to paragraph 180 in respect of the particular qualities of this landscape when I'm considering how I will vote. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mill. Two members have taken their hands down, so I go to Councillor Millmore and then Councillor Roan, please.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to point out in my ward we have two wedding venues, Lyde Court and Munston House, which have not received any complaints at all. Lyde Court's primarily a wedding venue. No complaints were ever made against these two venues for holding these events. But I think we ought to also consider, Councillor James did touch upon it, post-COVID, I think conferencing is going to be done in a different way. There is a trend now for conferencing to be done online. And I think that we've got to be mindful that we might kill this business. So I will not be supporting refusing this application, but please, I think we need to bear in mind that we could kill this business.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Millmore. Councillor Roan.
I got a proposal, Chair.
We've already got a proposal on the...
Okay, well, this is a proposal for consideration by reasonable people who, bearing in mind what Councillor Millmore just said, do not want to be the reason of demise behind what I can class as... I mean, the place is quality. It's a very, very, heavily invested business. Would there be an opportunity of putting a condition on there where there's no amplified music? There could be big band music. There could be silent disco, as our resident DJ, Councillor Wilding, mentioned. It could be unplugged. It could be original. Everywhere else, same offering. This could be something of a unique selling feature for them. I mean, I don't know. I've only got a limited amount of knowledge in this area, but it would keep the venue alive. If they have got bookings this year, it would keep those bookings alive because non-amplified music, that is, I'm sure everybody here knows what that is, it wouldn't carry as far. It would enable the weddings to take place, the income to be created, and it would enable everyone to have a bit of a dance around. Yes, there are two sorts of noise at a wedding. There is the disco, there is the band, but there is also the people chatting outside. There would have to be something, say, please be aware your voices carry, or something in the way of planting. But rather than just say no, because the residents are going to be affected forever, and because that's what my initial and my automatic defense mechanism says, I do not want to be part and parcel of seeing this building and this business go under, which is a real risk. So is there a way we could put in there a condition? And I look to Mr. Bailey or Ms. Gerson to say that could be done, non-amplified music.
Okay,
thank you. Advice.
Thank you for that, Councillor Roan. So I'll give the opportunity to Mr. Bailey, Ms. Curzon and Mr. Banks to actually comment on that if they so wish.
I said it's probably a question that Ms. Curzon, just in terms of the interpretation and legality of potentially putting that condition on this, it's probably best that I defer to her in the first instance.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think in terms of meeting the tests in the MPPF, it could be difficult to impose the condition just because I think the enforceability could be difficult because we'd be relying on, it would be difficult to ascertain, you know, when the breaches would happen. It'd be late at night, council enforcement officers wouldn't likely to be around, the equipment will be taken out of the room the next day. So it would be difficult to enforce that condition in terms of knowing that amplified music's actually being played. I think we also have to look at whether the condition is reasonable to be imposed, in terms of that there's already several conditions in the officer's report which do regulate sound and noise emanating from the property which could affect amenity, including a requirement for the applicant, if this application is granted, to submit an updated noise management plan which might actually be able to alleviate some of the concerns. And there's also a ban on any amplified music being played outdoors, so that condition would also be enforceable and may help to prevent any noise leakage from the premises.
Yeah, there's been occasions, I believe, that after a certain period of time, any doors to the outside need to be closed or kept closed after a certain time if live music is still being played. I think that gives a steer for members. Mr. Banks, did you want to add anything to that at this stage? Mr. Banks,
Thank you, Chairman. I think the point, I fully understand Councillor Roan's comments, and that, you know, he's trying to achieve a solution, bearing in mind the concerns that have been raised. But I think the fact of the matter is that there is a permission which allows amplified music to be played, and indeed what you're being asked to consider is a variation of that very condition. You are entitled to come to a different conclusion if you wish to do so, but I'm not entirely convinced that that's the right approach to take in this instance. You've been specifically asked to consider a variation of condition 4, as it is on the original permission, to extend the opportunity to play amplified music, and our solution as proposed is potentially to remove that condition and say there shall be no amplified music whatsoever. So I think in terms of a reasonable approach, I think you know, you really ought to just be considering the application as it stands, that being to vary the condition rather than to suggest a completely different approach which runs entirely contrary to the application as it stands. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that advice. Councillor Selden, you've taken your hand down. Did you want to say anything or not?
I have, Chairman. Well, I just make one brief point, if I may. We're not closing the business down. All we're doing is preventing them from changing the conditions and operating hours, basically. So we're not actually closing it down. And I think it is my view that in the planning balance, the amenity of the surrounding area is more adversely affected than the balance of the economic viability of that business.
Thank you, Councillor Selden. Right, I've got 2 more hands up. Both have spoken before, but I will take them. I think we need to wind up this debate. Councillor Wilding.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, following up from what Councillor Roan said, you could impose a restriction that you could only have 25 weddings a year, for instance, and then look at it again after a period and decide whether they actually were causing a disturbance. And also, if they are running a business where they're looking for things other than conferences, then there are things like yoga retreats, writers' retreats, all sorts of other things that you can do, which wouldn't necessarily create so much noise. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for those comments. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Shaw, in his summary, had pointed out that condition 4 was a lawful condition, was known by the applicant at the time that the last permission was given. The applicant, most surely like the rest of us, could not have anticipated COVID, but then lots of businesses have suffered, and many, as we all know, sadly, will go under. The price of keeping this one up, I cannot believe, relies on weddings only, and even if it were, it would be at the price of the disruption of the lives of people around there beyond the conditions that already exist. I support, I suppose, in summary, Councillor Selden put it most neatly, and I propose, Chair, and we move straight to the vote.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. I've got no further speakers. I have no intention of taking any further speakers. I go back to officers to make any comments before I invite Councillor Shaw to sum up, and then we will go to the vote. But I will need reasons for refusal contrary to officer recommendation before we actually take that vote. So over to Mr. Banks to start then, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Again, it's another very thorough debate. Clearly, there are concerns about residential amenity and the effects of varying the one condition and removing the other, well, varying the one and removing the other one. This really, it is, I think, as a number of members have said, it's a balance between residential amenity and the continued economic viability of a business. One or two members have said about the sort of changing face of the hospitality business. I have to say that's obviously not a material planning consideration, but nonetheless, yeah, I think it's a fair point to make. Your officers have obviously spent a long time considering this application, and Mr. Bailey has given it some considerable thought before making the recommendation that he has made to you. A sense that the mood of the majority of members is to recommend that the application be refused. As the chairman has said, I think what we need to think about are clear reasons for refusal if that is to be the case. Councillor Milne very usefully referred to paragraph 180 of the NPPF, and I would suggest that that should form part of any refusal reason if that is where you're inclined to go. As I say, balanced debate, and I'll leave it to members to make a recommendation. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Curzon. You would you like to make any further comment? You need to unmute.
No, I don't have any further comments.
Okay, fine, thank you.
Muted, John.
Before I go to Councillor Shaw, Councillor Selden and Councillor Johnson, you need to have your reasons ready for the proposal for refusal. I'll come back to you straight after Councillor Shaw's made his comments. So over to Councillor Shaw, please.
Well, thank you to the committee. I think the proposal before you is probably the right one, although it is a very difficult planning balance for you to consider. I appreciate you've spent some considerable time doing that. And I think it still leaves the door open for the applicant to come back with a fresh application, geared far more conservatively to the development, and thinking through a little bit better some proposals for events. And it doesn't prevent the applicant coming back, say, for a few events a year, including perhaps New Year dance, where I don't think there would be much opposition to an extension for music. But I think at the moment, given the track record, there's a lot of angst in the community. I think you could probably cite RA6, SD1 and MT1. I'm not convinced that the road traffic issues have been resolved, especially with the gate still at the end of that road off the A44. Currently, it's not an accident black spot, but then currently not a lot of traffic uses it, but it could so easily cause serious or fatal accidents, and they do occur on that stretch of road. On that stretch of road, a number of people have lost their lives, and one as recently as just over a year ago. So it is a dangerous stretch of road. I'll just comment on the 28-day rule because that's come up. Yes, you're right, it's for land, and it's in terms of marquees, it's you can have events with a marquee for 28 days, but it does include the time to put the marquee up and take it down. So interestingly, usually a day for putting up, day for putting down. So usually about 9 events, and it can only be withdrawn by an Article 4 direction from the planning committee. Interesting, the use of non-amplified to amplified music. That was something I hadn't thought about. I suspect, as Mr. Banks has intimated, because the site already has permission for amplified music, then there would be no, it wouldn't be a proper proposal to make, but it might be one that the applicant wants to consider if he is considering coming back with a different application in the future. So I look forward with some trepidation to the outcome of this vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. I'll move across to Councillor Selden and Councillor Johnson to give their reasons for refusal. Contrary, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I have made a note of the National Planning Policy Framework, paragraph 180. Core strategy policies RA6 and SD1, and I think maybe the local development plan policy LU9 would also be applicable. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Anything to add, Councillor Johnson?
No, thank you, Chairman. RA6 SD1 and NPPF 180. With the possible inclusion, as just suggested by Councillor, by the proposer of the motion, Councillor Selden. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are officers content with those reasons before we go to the vote?
Thank you, Chairman. Can I just confirm then we are refusing the application solely on amenity grounds and not on highway safety grounds?
Well, if I had my way, I would include MT1 on highways grounds as well, but I'll leave that to members to, or Councillor Johnson, see if he agrees with me there.
Yes, Councillor Selden, I agree with you on MT1.
Okay. That being the case, Chairman, might I suggest that you also add paragraph 109 of the NPPF as well? If so, effectively there are 2 reasons for refusal: one to do with residential amenity, and a second to do with highway safety.
I'm okay with that, Chairman. Thank you.
Fine, thank you. I think we understand what we're voting for now. So we've got a motion in front of us for refusal contrary with those reasons cited. Can I confirm that Councillor Bowen actually left the meeting. Unfortunately, we lost him, so he will not be able to vote because he wasn't present for the whole of the debate. So we've got 14 members registered to vote. Can you clarify that, please, and that the vote is ready to launch? That's...
Yes, Chairman, I don't know if we needed to go to legal on that question about Councillor Bowen, because he did hear the majority of the debate.
No, it is clear that if you are lost on any part of the debate, you are not entitled to vote. So,
Mr. Chairman, I fully understand that. I'm afraid my computer was giving me jip, and thank you very much, Jenny, for getting me back in again. But I understand I do not have a vote now. Thank you.
Okay, so we're
14 members
to
then,
vote.
Chair. Yeah,
Yeah.
I will launch the poll.
And this is for, against, or abstain on refusal of this application with the reasons cited, contrary to officer recommendations. You have 30 seconds to vote on that, please.
We are just outstanding one vote, Chairman.
Is there anybody?
You're not counting me, are you?
No, you're not included.
Shouldn't I got somebody come up on the chat?
Can I just ask, I've got at the bottom of right hand, return to poll. Does that mean you didn't register?
Yes, you possibly didn't hit the submit button, Councillor James. If you could.
I did, but anyway.
Perfect. Yeah, 100%. Okay, we have 8 in favour to refuse. We have 6 against, and that is it, Chairman.
That's it. Okay. That motion is carried then. That application is refused. Now, it was my intention to carry straight on. Is there anybody that needs a break? Yes.
Sorry,
okay, there's a couple of hands gone up, so we will take 5 minutes.
Sorry,
Chairman, I have to give my apologies. I've got another meeting.
Yeah, certainly accepted. Thank you. Thank you for attendance.
I have to leave as well.
And Councillor Millmore.
And the same for me, sorry, Chair.
And yourself, Councillor Andrews, yes. So that's
correct.
3 disappearing then. It's 25 to 4 now. We'll come back at just shy of right, we're back live now. So I'd just like to welcome everybody back to this planning meeting. Can I request that the public speakers for agenda item 9, attending as virtual attendees, Mr. Moore, Mr. Caligari and Mr. Tompkins are admitted to the meeting, please. Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Moore, Mr. Caligari and Mr. Tompkins. Sincere apologies for having kept you so long. The meeting is going on a little bit longer than what we originally anticipated. Can I confirm that you can all hear and hear me and see me? Could you each just confirm that we can hear you?
Yes, I can hear you fine. Thank you.
Right.
I can hear you.
Okay, fine, thank you. I think I've caught all three of you. If you could mute yourselves now. This application before us now is application number 201254, the Piggeries, Langaran, Herefordshire. The erection of 2 dwellings and associated works, including the demolition of the piggery buildings. This application today is in Councillor Swinglehurst's ward. She's a local member. She will be able to open and close the debate. She's not a member of this committee and doesn't get a vote on it. Mrs. Gemma Webster is the officer dealing with this application and will be presenting to us today. So in your own time, please, Mrs. Webster.
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon, members. Firstly, can I just refer you to the schedule of updates? There's only one update to this application, and that's that Natural England have responded to the consultation on the appropriate assessment. They've come back with no objections, and therefore the recommendation has changed that the planning permission should be granted subject to conditions. On the first slide there, this application before members is an outline proposal for 2 dwellings, with all matters reserved except for access. The 0.15 hectare site lies within the village of Langaran, to the northwest of the main built-up area and the church, adjacent to existing residential properties and as indicated by the red star. The site is within Langaran neighbourhood area. The Parish Council recently undertaken the submission of the Regulation 14 draft plan consultation, which ran from the 1st of September until 26th of October. Within the draft neighbourhood development plan, proposed settlement boundaries were detailed, which I will discuss later. However, it should be noted that at this current time, the policies contained within the draft neighbourhood development plan have limited material weight. Can I have the next slide, please? The site is currently occupied by a former piggery building, a steel-framed agricultural building, which will be demolished as part of the scheme. Access to the site is to the south via an existing access road that currently serves the piggeries and agricultural land, as well as 4 properties coming off the C1250 at the bottom of Herbert's Hill. To the north and immediate west of the site is agricultural land. Next slide, please. As can be seen on the site location plan, there have recently been planning approvals to the east and southwest of the site, which members will be fully aware of. The land to the east is for 4 dwellings adjacent and with access from the lower road where the hall is located. It should be noted that the land rises from the east up to the west of Herbert's Hill. The land to the southwest of the site has an approved scheme for 3 dwellings. This site would share the same access road as this proposal. This proposal for the piggeries would sit in the middle of these 2 schemes and directly adjacent to the existing main built-up area of Langaran. The Grade 1 listed church and Grade 2 listed boxbush property are designated heritage assets, some 210 metres southeast and 90 metres southwest of the site respectively. Both assets are screened from the site by intervening buildings. Next slide, please. From the indicative site layout plan submitted with the application, it is proposed that 2 detached dwellings would occupy the footprint of the existing piggery building with single integrated garages and 4 off-road parking spaces. The siting and layout and landscaping of the scheme is to be determined at the reserve matter stage. However, there is ample opportunity to provide tree planting and boundary hedgerows to ensure the site maintains the rural setting. Drainage is proposed through private treatment plants with drainage fields to the northeast of the site within the applicant's ownership and as shown on the indicative site plan. There are no objections from land drainage in respect to the proposed drainage. Some concerns have been raised about the scale and design of the proposed dwellings. However, as this is an outline application with only the principle of development and access to be determined at this stage, those are matters that are to be determined by a reserved matters application in the future. The Historic Buildings Officer raised a query about the amount of development proposed on the site. However, officers do not consider that there are sufficient grounds to state that 2 dwellings are unacceptable in terms of heritage concerns. It is noted that Langaran Parish as a whole has met and exceeded 14% minimum growth target as set out in the core strategy. However, as detailed in paragraph 6.8 of the committee report, I have referred to a recent appeal decision for Trigena, which is also based in Langaran, where the inspector stated that the target was not a ceiling nor a limit to growth and that an additional 2 dwellings would not tip the balance in terms of harm, particularly as there are no technical objections arising for this site. Can I have the next slide, please? As stated earlier, the Parish Council have recently undertaken their resubmission on the Regulation 14 draft consultation, which ended on October the 26th of this year. Although the policies within the plan only currently have limited material weight, it is worth noting that the emerging Langaran Neighbourhood Development Plan includes the Piggery site within all 4 settlement boundary options for Langaran Village. Therefore, it can be safely assumed that whichever settlement boundary is taken forward, it is highly likely that the Piggery site will be included within the proposed settlement boundary. Within the draft Neighbourhood Development Policy, SUS1, Sustainable Development, it states that new residential development should be located within the identified settlement boundaries. I'll just quickly run you through the 4 options. Could I have the next slide, please? And the next slide. And with this option 3, you can see that the 2 existing approvals are already included in the boundary of option 3. And the next slide, please. And then the next one. This aerial photograph shows the site to the top left corner, which is circled, with the existing Piggery's barn in situ, and the site close relationship to the existing residential development. To conclude, the site is considered to be directly adjacent to the main built-up area of Langaran and is located within all of the draft settlement boundaries of the emerging Langaran Neighbourhood Development Plan. The removal of the existing barn and its replacement with carefully designed dwellings, designed to be agreed at reserve matter stage, and with the associated landscaping, would be a betterment for the area. There is an existing access to the site, and with a road to be widened and a turning head implemented in accordance with highways design guidance, then there are no objections from the highways engineer in relation to the access. There have been no technical objections to the scheme from Highways Ecology, Historic England, Drainage or Natural England. Therefore, the proposal is in accordance with the National Plan Policy Framework, core strategy, and the emerging draft Neighbourhood Development Plan policies. And therefore, it is officer recommendation that this application is approved, subject to the recommended conditions set out in the report. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Webster. Right, we have 3 speakers on this application. I've already welcomed Mr. Moore speaking on behalf of the Langaran Parish Council, Mr. Caligari, a local resident, speaking in objection, and also Mr. Tompkins, the applicant's agent. So I'd like to now invite Mr. Moore to speak first, please. You have 3 minutes in your own time. Thank you.
Good afternoon. The Parish Council object to these proposals for the following principal reasons. We are concerned that this is the 3rd application for planning consent submitted by the same developer for 3 separate developments on adjoining and connected pieces of land. So far, consent for 4 houses has been granted, as you've seen, on one site and 3 on another. A further 2 houses would mean a total of 9 being built in this location, with the possibility of further applications to connect the sites, thus leading to chronic overdevelopment, which would fatally damage, in our opinion, the character of this small village. We also noted the comments of local residents who were concerned about the felling of a mature oak tree on this site, together with the felling of a line of mature cedar trees on the adjoining site in May. This leaves one site which has planning permission, and this proposed site very exposed with no landscape screening. We note that the Conservation Manager's report does not support the current application, mentioning the rising landscape and high visibility. He recommends 1 single-storey building in line with the current agricultural building. The ecology report states that the application does appear to omit the presence of a mature tree in the northern boundary of the existing site visible from aerial photography. As stated, this is because a veteran oak tree was cut down prior to the application at the same time as the others. Regrettably, the ecology conditions will never compensate for that damage, but development will make matters even worse. At the time of consideration, no details were given for access to the site and drainage and water management, which were both issues with the adjoining sites. Whilst some information has subsequently been submitted, the situation remains unclear. This is particularly important in a raised area and a well-established risk from flooding in the village below. There is also no information on the appearance of the proposed dwellings in such a sensitive location on a hill near the centre of the village. Housing numbers quoted by the case officer in connection with this application are out of date. Planning for 96 houses is now being granted in the parish, which is 50% over the 2031 target of 64 houses. The parish feels strongly that we have fulfilled our commitment and should not be punished for the shortfall of others. Finally, in a recent judgment concerning a proposal on the other side of Garum Bridge, Tregenna, the National Planning Inspectorate stated that the development in the Llangaren area would not accord with the sustainability principles of locating development where there is a choice of transport modes which reduce the need to travel by car. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Spot on 3 minutes. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Caligari to give his presentation, please. 3 minutes in your own time. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of the many local objectors living in Llangaren village, 14 of whom wrote letters of objection and no supporters, I believe, from the village itself. The passionate tone of the letters of objection suggests rejection on many grounds, including increased flooding risks, which have become a major problem, increased traffic flow in a village which is served by narrow and dangerous country lanes, which are already overused, the unsuitability of the access drive, and village overdevelopment, which is a huge concern to residents. The parish is already over 50% above the target set by Herefordshire Council to achieve by 2030. The application conflicts with core policies SS4, SS7, RA2 and RA3 and felt to represent yet more disproportionate growth. Perhaps the single unifying and galvanising element of the objectors is the environmental damage of this proposal. The application was submitted on the 23rd of April, just weeks after a magnificent specimen ancient oak tree immediately adjacent to the site was felled by the developers. It's shown on an aerial photograph which was submitted with the planning application in full leaf. I assume that it was inconvenient and was removed without ecological assessment or felling licence, thus I believe illegally, and at a time when bird breeding was likely to be in progress. The tree was in good health, as can be evidenced by the aerial photograph and photographs submitted with my letter of objection. Any justification we feel to be totally unfounded. The report by the Ecology Officer for Herefordshire Council specifies certain mitigation measures for the retained tree and hedgerows. This, I'm afraid, is clearly not possible since they've already been destroyed. This is contrary to policy LD2. The report was presumably made from aerial photographs prior to this unwarranted destruction. In addition, these same applicants ordered the felling of an avenue of 24 60-year-old Western red cedar trees on May the 20th within yards of this site, which they own, and adjacent plots for which they've already gained planning consent. This was carried out, I believe, without consents mid-breeding time. This site is in a prominent elevated position, and one modest single-storey house may not have elicited such outrage if it had not involved such ecological damage. The actions of these applicants is surely in contravention of the core principles of Herefordshire Council. We passionately believe that this application should be rejected because it represents a major degradation of the ecology of the area, further overdevelopment of the village, and imposing unsustainable stress on the local infrastructure. It's made from a perspective of personal gain and not housing needs, and at the huge cost of environmental degradation, and does not respect the character and interests of the village, its wildlife, or its residents. May I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Caligari. And now I invite Mr. Tompkins to speak. You have 3 minutes in your own time, please, Mr. Tompkins. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. Firstly, I'd like to thank the officer for her fulsome report and presentation, and ask that members support the recommendation to grant planning permission. As you have heard, the application seeks outline permission for the erection of 2 modest family dwellings, with the design and detail of the scheme to be determined by a subsequent reserved matter submission. The application is accompanied by an indicative layout showing how the site might be developed. This indicative layout demonstrates that the site can accommodate 2 dwellings and associated works, including drainage, landscaping, and access. Crucially, The indicative layout demonstrates that the entire development is within the draft settlement boundary for the village, as defined by the Regulation 14 draft of the NDP. The proposal is therefore in accordance with all existing and emerging planning policy. The application site was indeed included in all 4 settlement boundary options tabled by the NDP steering group as a precursor to the Regulation 14 plan, indicating that the principle of development on the site has always been anticipated as being acceptable. It was on this basis that the application was made. The site is presently dominated by an old piggery building, which is a large scale and massive. The proposed development would thus result in the development of land which is presently built on. Further, whilst the design of the dwellings is reserved, the houses would certainly have a lesser scale and massing than the piggery, and the applicant would work with the council to ensure appropriate house designs are forthcoming. Your officers have also confirmed that the application causes no technical conflict, including having regard for ecology, trees, highway safety, drainage and flooding. In fact, the proposed development is confirmed to deliver net biodiversity enhancement, and given that the development will have a lesser footprint than piggery, there is potential for surface water runoff to be reduced. Comments have been made fearing that further development might occur should this application succeed. Firstly, this is not a part of the application before members today. Secondly, the application has asked me to confirm that this is not their intention. In any event, members can be reassured that should there be an application in the future, they would be able to decide that scheme at that time. To summarise, it is our view this application is an opportunity for members to support the provision of a small-scale and proportionate housing development, which your officers advise is so greatly needed, on a site which entirely accords with the emerging NDP and the core strategy, and which has the potential to deliver landscape and biodiversity enhancement and to reduce surface water runoff. Thank you for allowing me the time to speak this morning, and I hope you're able to support your officers' recommendation to approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tompkins. Can I now request that Mr. Moore, Mr. Caligari and Mr. Tompkins leave the meeting by being put back in the waiting room. Remind them that they can watch the live stream of this meeting on the council's YouTube. I'd like to thank you all very much for coming along today and speaking to us. My sincere apologies that the meeting is running so late, but wish you a good day. Thank you. Right, we move across to Ward Councillor Swinglehurst to start the debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And just if I could actually start by saying that there were some very excellent speeches I felt in the last debate. So credit to the committee for their deliberation on that. I thought very complex, difficult application. So I'm really sorry to come at the end of what's been an incredibly long day. So I'm pleased just, if I can just rely on your patience a little while longer, and I'll try not to go on for too long. So if we overlook the need to travel by car, which is kind of implicit in any application in Llangarren, there's very little point in arguing against the principle of development on this site, since it's adjacent to sites where the committee have already granted planning permission for 3 houses and 4 houses. And it's also not a point of contention that the site is within and adjacent to the main built-up settlement of Llangarren, and it is identified within the settlement boundary of the emerging NDP in all its versions. But primarily, the local objectors raised concerns about the impact on the local road network. And I realise that this is not a concern shared by the area engineer in this instance, but there is, in my view, a judgment to be made. So in her response to an earlier application, which was number 181348, which was the application you may recall for 8 houses on Lower Herbert's Hill, which is the C1250, the site where you now have the 3. The area engineer made the following comment. The site highlights a significant concern on the highway with narrow width of the highway to the southeast of the site. Due to the layout of the highway, the position of residential drives and the location of a wall, there is no ability for improvements to the highway to be proposed, e.g. widening or passing places. The increase in the vehicle movements from the site on the narrow section of highway would be classed as severe, and therefore I cannot support this application. As subsequent to this judgment, a reduced scheme was approved for 3 houses, and if this scheme is also approved, the aggregate number of houses will be 5. Clearly, there is a tipping point between no development and 8 houses, between 0 impact and a severe impact as defined by the area engineer in 2019. Whilst the other site at Oakland's Paddock does not have an access on the same lane, there is no reason to suppose that these additional 4 houses will not add to the vehicle movements on the narrow section of highway referred to by the area engineer to some extent. It is a matter of judgment as to whether the proposed 2 houses will tip the impact into severe, cumulative, and thus to a significant and demonstrable harm. I submit that the number of bedrooms in the current application may be a deciding factor in this judgment. But since the application is outline only, we have no way of knowing the size of the proposed 2 dwellings. It is worth noting that the original scheme that was refused on Lower Herbert's Hill provided for 4 2-bedroom dwellings. The permitted scheme on that location will provide 1 4-bedroom and 2 3-bedroom houses, which combined with the 2 4-bedroom and 2 3-bedroom houses on Oakland Paddock means that there is unlikely to be an unmet local need for 3 or 4-bed houses, but the need for 2-bed starter or downsized properties remains. A recent appeal decision, and I'm happy to furnish the reference if anyone's interested, in my ward, rested almost entirely on the inspector's view that a 4-bedroom single dwelling within an RA2 settlement was not acceptable because it failed to meet the local housing need for smaller houses. Incidentally, that was an application that this committee had refused, contrary to the officer recommendation. The Conservation Landscape Officer, paragraph 4.4 in the report, objects to this application on the grounds that the 2 detached houses will look out of place and that a long low building would be more in keeping with its edge of village location. Given that this is outlined and reserved matters is still to be determined, I would ask that the Planning Committee comment on the desirability of a single low built form and the provision of 2-bedroom accommodation. Now, there's something that I suggest needs clarifying in the drainage comments contained in the report. The drainage field is shown outside the red line, but within the blue line, land within the ownership of the applicant. However, the land drainage consultee stipulates that the land on which the drainage fields are built will need to be owned by the homeowner, presumably so they can be maintained and protected. I take the homeowner to mean the individual owners of the homes with the individual PTPs as stipulated, and not the current landowner or any subsequent developer or owner of the site. I therefore feel it is crucial that the owner red line extends to incorporate the drainage fields for the drainage scheme to work, or that some satisfactory legal arrangement is forthcoming to give confidence that this will not be a problem further down the line. And I don't know, there may be a legal mechanism for this, but I think we have to have clarity on it. A number of local residents have raised concerns regarding the recent felling of a mature oak tree proximal to the existing building. The applicant tells me that it was hollow and dangerous. Local residents say it was a healthy tree. I have seen the burnt stump, but lack the expertise to judge what the health of the tree was prior to felling. Had it not been felled, then it might be something we would consider as part of the application. Having been felled, then there is no root zone to protect, no habitat to take care of, no biodiversity to protect, and therefore it is not relevant to the application. There are letters written in support of this application. It is clearly a site that is appropriate for some development. There is already a built form on the site. It is within or adjacent to the settlement boundary. It is close to the services, such as they are, that Llangarren has to offer. But I would remind members, Llangarren has no school, shop, pub, it has a weekly bus, and therefore any person who lives in Llangarren has to use their car. That's a given. There is the potential for this site to deliver 2 houses that will meet local housing need for smaller dwellings, particularly single story, to provide for older residents looking to downsize and young people wanting to buy their first home. Given that Llangaren has more than met the housing target, I feel that due consideration and weight can be given at reserve matters to meeting local need. It is a shame that this is an outline-only application, since it denies the committee the opportunity to really discuss the design, the sustainability and suitability of the proposal, unless they request to have it back for discharge of reserved matters. In principle, this is a good site. Please satisfy yourselves as to the drainage field ownership, the tipping point of the local road network, and the desirability of overview of reserved matters to ensure that the final scheme is sustainable, suitable, and makes a positive contribution to the village. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Swinglehurst. I've started the debate proper now, and Councillor Selden, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. We've been to Llangaren a lot in the last few months, and I think Councillor Swinglehurst is well used to seeing us on site, and I think most of us are fairly familiar with the layout there. And I'm a little bit nervous about granting permission on a outline application where the details are unclear. So I'm going to stick my neck out a bit and propose that we defer this application pending a full application that we can consider in its entirety. Because I think there's the things about the housing needs survey and the drainage packages need to be resolved all at the same time, and not just have a reserve matters coming in later. But I'm going to put that out as a proposition, and please shoot me down if you think it's incorrect. Thank you, Chairman.
Well, firstly, I'll ask if there's a seconder for that motion to defer. Councillor Rowan. Right. So when an application is deferred, normally the debate stops at that point, and then we go to the vote. Can I have some advice from officer, please?
Chairman, you're going to ask Mr. Banks to comment?
I'm just asking him now. So, Mr. Banks, please, if you could comment.
Thank you, Chairman. In my view, there's no good reason that you can't consider an outline planning application. We would perhaps ask for a full application if it was a proposal within a conservation area, or there were particular matters that we wanted to consider. Mrs. Webster has had the application for some considerable time, and at no point has felt the need to request the submission of additional information to assist with her assessment of the application. You've an application with access to be considered at this stage. Details of drainage arrangements have been provided and are sufficiently detailed for you to be able to make a decision. So in my view, I don't think there is any need to defer the application, and I think you should make a decision on the basis of this outline application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Banks. I think in the light of that advice, I go back to Councillor Selden and Councillor Rowan and ask whether you're prepared to withdraw that deferment and allow the debate to continue.
I'm still not comfortable about making a decision on this without more detailed information on the style, the layout of the buildings, the number of buildings, because all that can be altered at reserve matters. So I'm not comfortable about withdrawing it. So I'll let the proposition stand, Chairman. Thank you.
Right. With regards to the detail of obviously reserved matters, as Councillor Swinglehurst said, we could request that actually comes back before committee. as you know, with an outline planning application, it is the principle of development and access normally that are the deciding factors as of today. As Mr. Banks said, there's no real reason why this can't be decided as to whether this is a suitable site or not for development. So I'll ask you again, Councillor Selden, are you prepared to drop the deferment, or is Councillor Roan prepared to drop the seconding of the proposal?
I'll put it to the vote, Chairman.
You'll put it to the vote, okay. That's the feeling of Councillor Roan as well?
Yes, I'll support Councillor Selden in that.
Okay, fine, thank you. If it's acceptable to officers, then I think that motion has been tabled, and I think we should go to the vote unless I'm advised otherwise. So back to Mr. Banks and Ms. Curzon, please.
Given that you've got a proposal and a seconder for a deferral, whilst I fundamentally disagree with that, Councillor Hardwick, that's the motion that's on the table. So I think you are bound to take a vote on that now, unless Ms. Curzon tells me any differently.
Okay, Ms. Curzon.
I don't have anything else to add.
No, I thought you might not. Okay, so can Democratic Services please advise me? I think we've got 11 members that can vote, and is the voting
Made it
system-
12, Chairman.
Oh, 12, sorry.
Maybe
Yes,
Tim can confirm with me.
no, that is correct. It was 11, and I did change it to 12. Are all members confident that they are able to vote on this? They've all been present. Nobody's saying not. So we have 12 members to vote then on the motion of deferment of this application. Can I ask that the voting system is launched? Thank you. So you know that it's for deferment of this application, for, against, or abstain. So if you could vote now, please. Press submit.
Okay, Chair. So 11 members are in favour to defer the application and 1 is against.
Okay, fine. So that is carried. So that concludes the business of the meeting today. It just leaves me to say that the next meeting will be on the 2nd of December with site inspections on the 1st of December. I'd like to thank all members for their attendance today and perseverance in what has turned out to be quite a long meeting, not quite as long as general scrutiny yesterday, but all the same, still a long meeting. And thank you, Mrs. Webster, for coming along today. Sorry that it's you've been held up for so long and the result is deferment, but so be it. So with that, can I ask that the live stream is stopped?